UFOs seem to be invading both our skies and our news outlets like never before. And more people are starting to look up and are wondering who or what might be out there. In 2016, Ryan Sprague introduced the world to countless UFO encounters that had never been made public before. And now, in the second edition of his book, he revisits these events and introduces brand new UFO cases in Somewhere in the Skies, a human approach to the UFO phenomenon. How have these events changed the lives of those involved? And what might it tell us about the phenomenon? With in-depth follow-ups, brand new chapters, and detailed testimony from credible witnesses and insight from those in the psychological, academic, and scientific fields, Somewhere in the Skies, a human approach to the UFO phenomenon, weaves together a story of stories, attempting to get to the heart of these mysteries one experience at a time. Available now on Amazon in both paperback and ebook. To learn more, visit somewhereintheskies.com. This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
So, my story happened in the early morning of June 29th, 2016. Oddly enough, just a couple weeks after I had visited Roswell, New Mexico, of all places. And I was asleep in my bed I live in a ground floor apartment. And I woke up to hearing my bulldog growling from the living room. He was sleeping on the couch. And at first I thought that he was growling at my neighbor who worked nights at the time. And I thought maybe he was coming home, but he knows that neighbor very well. And I thought it was odd that he'd be growling. But I could tell as I sat there for about 30 seconds listening to his growl get louder that he was about to start barking loudly. And it was 4 o'clock in the morning. So I was about to get out of bed, and then my other dog who was sleeping with me, a terrier, she started barking and shot out into the living room. So I stumbled out of bed. I was trying to round them up, and as I rounded the corner from my hallway into the living room, I was staring at my window that looks out onto a sort of front porch area, or it's actually kind of in my building there's a driveway that runs up along the side, so that window looks out onto the driveway. And there were lights from the building in the little, I don't know what you'd call a little patch of grass, alcove where the trees are planted. There's lights projected up from the ground onto my window, and my curtains were drawn, and I could see that there was a figure at the window. I could see its silhouette projected from the gardening lights, whatever you want to call those, up to to my window. But what was curious about it was, instead of it being the silhouette of a human being, this thing the shadow I saw was a long, skinny neck and a rounded head with a pointy chin. I couldn't see any details because the curtains were drawn. My dogs are going apeshit, barking at this figure. And it was so on the nose that at first I was like, well, that looks like an alien. It was like a classic gray silhouette, something that looked straight out of Close Encounters. And as I had that thought, this figure turned its head to its left, to my right, and I could see the head and neck sort of undulate, and I could see where the neck was fused at the back of the head, and it looked like a golf wedge almost, except not, it was like a golf club. It was actually the best way to describe it, but like a flatter. Like, you know how in E.T., like the long neck connects to the back of the head? Imagine that, but the head is much, shorter, or not as long, I should say. And, it's like a classic gray alien. And when I saw that, I went, holy shit. And, looking back, I should have steeled myself. But again, you have to remember the dogs are going crazy. It's 4:00 in the morning. I turned on the lights in my hallway, and this thing ran away from my window towards the back of the building. So I walked out into my front patio that overlooks the same kind of area. And I looked down to my left. I couldn't see anything. And at that point, my next door neighbor, the one that I thought was originally coming home, he walked out onto his porch and he asked me what was going on. And I didn't want to use the word alien, so I said, somebody was just looking in my window. And he said, oh my gosh, that's so weird, because I've been home for an hour watching Netflix on my laptop in my bedroom, and I kept taking my headphones off because I could have sworn something was in my apartment watching me. So we walked around the property, couldn't find anything. That window is the windowsill is about 3.5, 4 feet maybe off the ground. I should have measured it. I could still do it. I still live in the same building. But I couldn't see any shoulders or hands. It was just a long neck and this head. And I had my neighbor kind of humor me, and I was like, will you stand here while I go inside and take a look at this? And he was confused, but obliged. And the silhouette created by my neighbor, who is a, average height male, looked completely different. Nothing else happened that night. I did not sleep. I don't know what this thing was. There was no other UFO activity that took place. Like, I wasn't experiencing any weird dreams or missing time. There were no lights involved. Nothing of that kind of phenomenon. It was almost as if whatever this thing was an entity passing by. And I bet, because my bulldog snores so loud, which is often why he's in the living room, I have a feeling this thing was passing through and heard my bulldog snoring and was peering into the window to try to figure out what this sleeping creature was inside this apartment. And then at some point in the process, my bulldog woke up, sensed that there was something there, and was, it must have been standing there for a couple minutes, because I was listening to my dog growl at this thing for at least 30 seconds before I got out of bed. So yeah, I don't know what it is. I can only describe it based on what it looked like to me, and what it looked like to me was an alien gray. I almost have an instinct that this was something that was maybe terrestrial or of this world, maybe not necessarily of this dimension. I know that sounds weird, but it almost felt like I'd seen a leprechaun or an elf more than I'd seen a quote-unquote alien. It was something that I was not, that was passing by, that I was not supposed to see. And that's my story. I hear my bulldog walking up here right now. Thank you, Ryan.
In September of 1978, I was a youngish bureaucrat with the state of Michigan and was on a Sunday evening trip along with a workmate headed between Lansing and Kalamazoo, which are both in south central to western Michigan. We were on I-94, which connects Detroit and Chicago, and about midway there, having passed Battle Creek, headed toward Kalamazoo. As we were traveling west, I noticed that beyond the eastbound lanes and a line of trees, there were some aerial lights that did not look normal to me, and I asked the driver to stop the car, which she did. I will always have to think that whatever we were looking at reacted to our stopping. It made an incredibly tight left turn, and now at some perhaps 20 miles an hour and descending, went directly over our car, 200 to 300 feet in the air, still descending over a newly harvested cornfield. There, some couple of hundred feet from us, it made a very tight circle, about a 270-degree turn at what looked to me and struck me as a ballerina's pirouette. It was so tight. This object was in wingspan something approaching a 747. It was sort of like a boomerang and sort of like an isosceles triangle. It was all black. The rear side of it was a little bit indented, and so from that I understand why some people would call it a boomerang. But to me it was more of a triangle. After doing this 270, it moved at 50 feet above the ground at virtually jogging speed and stopped over a clump of trees in that field. There it simply levitated. As it was passing over and as we were still looking at it just a couple hundred feet away over the field, I could see that there was no window, no light, no insignia, simply a black triangular form. I did not hear a thing. I know that others in connection with boomerang sightings have said they heard a light humming sound. I did not. While this was performing this pirouette and moving so slowly, the driver shouted at me to run after it, which sounded immediately like a fine idea. Still kind of looking up, I started to run, forgetting that every interstate has a metal fence, and I bounded off this one like a trampoline and landed on my posterior. I immediately started laughing at myself, thinking, whoever is inside this thing, they're probably thinking, beam us up, Scotty, there's no intelligent life down here. But as I crawled back onto my feet, a queasy feeling came over me that I wasn't supposed to run right up underneath this. I was supposed to just stand here and take it all in, which we did for a couple of more minutes until I noticed tail lights in the distance on a side dirt road on the other side of the field. I felt I need more witnesses, and I raced down that newly harvested corn row and caught up with a 40-ish man and his adolescent son, who were outside their car and looking at the same thing. As we were trading notes primarily about the beginning of the sighting for me, it began moving ever so slowly, first at just walking speed, then jogging and picking up pace slowly while staying very low to the ground, and in 5 more minutes it was gone. I cannot tell you that what I looked at was a military vehicle, a UFO, or anything in between. I just know that it was damn strange to me. I first joined MUFON in April 1978 and immediately set myself up with the Lansing police, the county sheriff, the state police, and airports to receive calls from people who believed they had seen a UFO. The police didn't want these calls, and MUFON did, so it was a good marriage. In late September of that year, from the small town west of Lansing where I resided, I received about 7 o'clock and the minutes thereafter 3 calls right in a row by people who said they had seen an odd red light meandering over a river that coursed through Lansing. Well, I went out onto my back property and looked eastward toward Lansing to determine what these people were looking at, either something easily identified or perhaps something more than that. As I was looking and dusk was falling, the stars just starting to pop out, what I thought were two stars suddenly and simultaneously started moving. One went further east and the other approached my little town going west. As it came closer, I could tell this was not just a single red light. It was actually 4 lights, 2 red and 2 green at opposite corners of a square formation, perhaps 10 feet to a side. And they were blinking, red and green. Now, I didn't know a lot of things, but I did know that FAA rules prohibited any aircraft or helicopter or anything flying from having 2 green lights. So I opened the back door and shouted into my then wife, "I've just got to drive on this one." I hopped into my Mustang, charged out onto the county road heading farther west. By now, these lights still in a square, still blinking red, green, red. I was trying to catch up with them from perhaps a half mile behind, thinking, what if a cop stops you? It's all right, officer, I am chasing a UFO. Well, that wasn't going to work. Several miles farther west, there was a little tiny village set off the road, and as the lights and I chasing them approached this village, they suddenly shot diagonally across the road and over that little 1-block business district of the village. As they did, it lit up, and the sky for many thousands of feet above it lit up in white for just a split second, like a flashbulb. And I thought, whoever this is, they just took a picture of this little village? That makes no sense. Well, the lights kept going angularly to the northwest, and I knew the road continued straight west, so I had to get off it. I found a gravel road to the north and then one to the west and north and west. I was losing distance to the lights, which were going, as they say, as the crow flies. Trees were up close to the road. I was flying down rolling gravel roads, hoping that I didn't encounter any car coming the other way. And finally, after a number of minutes, the trees gave way around me, the road straightened out into a large area of farm fields, and there they were, the same red lights in the square, red and green, blinking alternately. They were situated some 50 or 60 yards away from me, hovering perhaps 10 or 15 feet above a field. I pulled off onto a driveway that led way back to a darkened farmhouse, angled my car toward the lights, and all I could think to do initially was to try something like a Morse code, which I didn't know, with my headlights, blinking, 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 and so forth. The lights kept going red and green, slowly and hovering above this field. After some 5 minutes of trying my quote-unquote Morse code, I thought, well, it's time to do what you came here to do. Walk right up underneath them and see what happens. I opened the door of my Mustang. I stood up between the body and the door of the car, and something happened. I went blank in my mind. I don't know for how long, perhaps a minute, perhaps an hour. I just don't know to this day. When I kind of came back into a full awareness again, the lights were no longer in front of me, and I thought, what the hey? And I whirled around instinctively, And now they were behind me in an adjacent farm field, still about 12 or 15 feet above the ground, still blinking in this monotonous red-green fashion. But the thought of walking up to them never occurred to me again, and I got a queasy feeling I'm interrupting something. Whoever is behind these lights, they have some sort of an agenda which I am delaying. So I started my car and I drove away. When I got back home, it was now dark. I really did not check a clock to see how long I had been gone. It was longer than I should have been. But I lay down in my lazy boy chair and I just started rocking and thinking, whoever these guys are, they don't need weapons. They just bend your mind a little bit and you do exactly what they want. In my case, it was to drive away.
I have a story for you that is actually my daughter's story, and I tried to get her to tell it. She'll do photographs, for her Facebook. So I did manage to get her to do a note about it after she told me. It happened in February. She calls me up. It's around 8 o'clock in the morning, and she's like, I answer the phone. I'm still in the bed, and she's like, Mom, you're not going to believe how insignificant we are. And I was like, what? And she says, You just don't even know. You just don't even know. I've been waiting all night to call you. I've not even been to bed. You're not going to believe what I saw. She goes, well, actually, if anyone would believe it, it will be you, but you're not going to believe what I saw. And I was like, well, I'm confused. What are you fucking talking about? So she tells me that she was going to call me as soon as it happened, but her boyfriend convinced her that it was too late at night not to bother calling me. And she hadn't been able to sleep, so she called me as soon as she just couldn't wait anymore, which was around 8 in the morning. She's a very private person, but this was bigger than her. As she put it, this was bigger than everything that you think you know or anything they'll ever tell you. They being society, churches, everything. So I'm just going to read you the note that she put on her Facebook. Last night, while my boyfriend and I were laying on the couch watching TV, he saw a light out of the corner of his eye and told me to look at how low the plane was. When we opened the blinds and got a better look, we realized that it was an irregularly shaped aircraft, so low to the ground it was almost brushing the tops of the trees. There was no sound in the room, and yet we couldn't hear the aircraft making noise at all. It was completely silent and gliding smoothly. It had 4 lights on the underside in a row, a white, a red, another white, and then a blue. In the front, set apart from the rest, was a bright white light that was bigger than the others. I couldn't make out a body shape. It looked almost like floating lights. Common sense tells me that if there was a body, the bright lights would have illuminated it enough for me to see. I knew immediately what I was looking at. In the instant that I saw it, within 2 seconds, the lights began cutting off one by one, starting in the front with the bigger, brighter light. The others cut off in the back one by one, from left to right. It was over in about 15 seconds. It was massive and hovering directly above the backyard. I was looking up at it, directly under it. It was approximately 30 feet wide and 20 feet long. Now, after she wrote this note, we got to talking about the size comparison, compared to the mobile home she's in, which is surrounded by trees. It's in like it's like a cutout in the woods at the beginning of their neighborhood, surrounded by trees. There's a water runoff in the back. It's swampy behind that tree line in their backyard. And it's bigger than what she thought, the 30 by 20. It's bigger, she realized. Afterward, my boyfriend and I were on edge, waiting to see something else. When we finally settled back down, exactly 1 hour later, we saw another. It was going the opposite direction of the first, and it was completely different. This one made a slight humming noise, just hardly loud enough to hear, and it had a wingspan like a plane, but they were squared as opposed to being aerodynamic. 4 red lights lined the wingspan. There was a mass on the back, but I couldn't make out what shape it was in, as it happened faster than the first one. I ran to the next window after it was out of my eyesight to get a better look, but it was gone. No noise, nothing. The strangest thing about all of it was that my boyfriend and I saw different colors on the second one. Although we saw the exact same thing at the exact same time, I saw 4 red lights and he saw 4 yellow. I trust without a doubt that he knows what he saw just as he trusts me. There's no explanation as to why we would see 2 separate things while staring at the same thing. Finally, today, at 5:30 p.m., right as the sun was starting to set, we saw out the back kitchen window some sort of smoothly gliding mass. It wasn't round, it wasn't oblong, it wasn't cylindrical. I couldn't put my finger on how to explain it. All I really took away from it was that it had purpose. It looked like it was on a mission. It just wasn't floating along, smacking into the limbs. It dodged them and landed on the ground. By the time I got on my shoes and ran into the woods, it was gone. All in all, what I saw was undeniable. I couldn't write it off as something else because it wasn't far away. It was close enough to throw rocks at. I'm not crazy. I'm not on drugs. I wasn't under the influence of anything. And what she kept saying afterwards was constant. It was all the time. It was, "You're insignificant." I would ask her, "Are you coming over for dinner tonight?" She'd go, "Yeah." I'd say, "Well, what do you want to eat?" She'd go, "Doesn't really matter. It's insignificant." And I'd be like, "Oh, come on." She'd laugh and go, "I'm serious, Mom. There's nothing matters anymore. Nothing is what we think it is. Nothing." And for people that doubt her, she says, her exact quote, "You can be a believer. Oh, you don't believe? Ask me how to. Call 1-800 you didn't see what I saw." Her boyfriend never believed in any of that, ever. He's from North Carolina. He's very, very down home, very, and he said he doesn't need to see nothing else. I don't need to see anything else to know that things are not what we have been told. She said it changed her outlook on everything. I felt insignificant and yet so privileged. And I know she felt privileged. I would have loved to have seen that. Whatever it was that she saw, was powerful. It changed my child. It changed my child completely. She did not sleep solid for almost 2 months. Just sleep did not happen for her. She was a little scared. She was confused. Anybody would be. But she's one of the sanest people I know. She's the grounded one. She keeps me in check. So that's her story. And around that same time, I did a little research online. They have like websites and different things where you can check reports that were made in your area or in other areas. And quite a few reports were made within about 15 to 20 days around that time frame, give or take, for this area. Right through the Edgecombe County, Nash County, Wilson County area. There were a string of events publicly viewed in, I think it was Arizona, right around the same time. I mean, like police officers and lawyers and people with stature in the community witnessed it and were like, I know what I saw. And of course, no one doubts them. But so I believe my daughter, and not because she's my kid, but because I know her. So there's her story, and she says we're insignificant.
Hello, my name is Larry Gessner, and when I was approximately 15 years old, this would be somewhere around 1968, somewhere in there, I had a UFO sighting. This was something that changed my life. My friend and I, we lived in upstate New York. I say upstate New York. It's probably about 50 miles north of New York City, in a town called Monroe, New York. My friend and I lived next to each other, and we liked to fish. And we were always curious to see if catfish would bite from if we went out in a boat on a lake. We had a lake right next door to us. It was called Orange and Rockland Lake. Very small lake, but had stocked well with fish, and people always used to fish it. But we had this idea that we would go out at night in a rowboat and go catfishing. And so we go and we get in the boat and row out to, I don't know, somewhere probably about 50, 60 feet offshore, maybe a little bit more than that. And we're just sitting there. It's a clear night. Stars are out. We're fishing. We're not really getting anything, so we're just basically talking to each other and looking up at the stars. And as I'm looking to the northeast, I spot something catches my eye. And what it appears to be is a meteor at first, but then I realize that it's traveling in an upwards direction. And everything that I knew told me that meteors, fall down or parallel or at a right angle coming downward from the sky. So this was kind of puzzling to me. And so I mentioned it to my friend. My friend's name was Wayne. And I said, Wayne, what is that? That's not a meteor. And we started to look at it. And we watched it traveling in an upward direction, coming from the northeast. And what was puzzling about this was that when you looked at it, it looked like a star traveling at a lower altitude. And it just kept coming and coming, and then all of a sudden something dawned on me that I was looking at. I don't know how to express it. It was just the light was moving at it dawned on me that this thing, whatever it was traveling at a higher rate of speed, and that what we were looking at was at a higher altitude, and it was traveling upward, and it was giving us the impression that it was traveling upward. But what it was doing in actuality was it was following the curvature of the Earth. And it's very hard to express this, and your mind just sort of is boggled by this at first. But then what happens is we're following the star. Now, Wayne and I are both locked on this. And all of a sudden, it gets to about an 11 o'clock position in the sky, stops dead on a dime. Now we're freaked out, because this is something we've never seen before in our entire lives. I've never seen anything like this. And I'm trying to figure out, what's going on? And as we stand, we're in the boat looking at this and trying to figure out how this is even possible. There's no aircraft that we know that can do something like this. And I mean, this is just a solid white light like a star. And we were focused on it, and what seemed to be, minutes, but it was probably, 30 seconds maybe a little bit more. But it seemed like we were just, mesmerized by this thing. We look at it, and all of a sudden, this thing changes direction and shoots across the sky going south at an unbelievable pace. I mean, this thing just shot across the sky faster than anything I'd ever seen before in my entire life, and it completely went all the way to the horizon. I mean, we could see it for as long as we could, and it covered a vast distance, but it was gone. It was just gone. And that was the first time that reality hit me, and I realized that we are not alone in the universe. And at that point, in 1968, we just landed on the moon, and we had no idea what this was. All we knew was it moved really fast, and it had some extraordinary capabilities to be able to stop on a dime like that. So when we sat there and talked to each other, it was just like we were just so amazed, and we couldn't wait to tell anybody. I mean, it was like the next day in school. I'm like a freshman in high school, and we're trying to express to everybody we saw a UFO, and everybody's laughing at us. Oh yeah, sure. What are you guys smoking? And it was so profound that I realized that the possibility that we're not alone in the universe is very real. And so that changed my whole perspective on this. And so at that point, I started delving into UFO research to see what other kind of things had happened. I started to learn about, all the different, every book that I could possibly pick up. I picked up and read all these countless, stories, encounters, things like that. And it just amazed me. I realized that, I wasn't the only one. Both, I had a witness with me. We both saw this. We knew we weren't crazy. And so, that was one of the things that started this whole thing for me. And so that was the first encounter that I had. Had a witness with me. Studied UFOs forever. I mean, I never lost my interest in it. I was always, we need to know, somebody needs to know about this. We got to get this out in the open. So after years and years and years, being ridiculed and not being, taken seriously on this, I basically had put it on the back burners, realizing, okay, I've been fortunate enough to be witness to this. The world is probably not ready for this. What is it? Who is this? What are they doing? And are they just observing us, or is there contact being made? This is the first thing that happened to me, and I'm going to say it back in 1968. It wasn't until 2003 when my wife and I had the second encounter that I got a really good look at a ship. And that reinforced my belief that we were not alone. This thing shot out of the sky, came down like a shooting star, stopped dead, lights came on, it moved towards us. My wife and I saw it. It was about 800 feet, somewhere 800,000 feet maybe from us in the air. And this thing was, at least we estimated after, thinking about it, that it was probably somewhere in the vicinity of a diamond-shaped craft that was 100 feet, or not 100 feet, 200 feet tall, and maybe 100 feet across. And it had red and white and green lights on it. And it also, when it had windows and they were backlit from the inside, and when I was staring at the windows saying, okay, am I going to see a silhouette of an individual, a person, alien? What am I going to see? And the one thing that I did notice was a structural support, much like you would see on a large aircraft. A beam that has holes cut into it to reduce the weight. And I also recounted when I had to relive that episode again for the series Identified. And Lou was with me when we went back to the site to recount the event. The thing that popped out, or popped into my head all of a sudden was I remember looking at the windows. There was like 2 rows of windows, and I remembered looking at the indentation in the craft to indicate that the walls were thick. And that was something that just, you hear this all the time from law enforcement people who have the victims recount the event. And they remember something else that happened. It's details that the mind hides at first. In 2005, I had my third UFO encounter, or phenomenon that I have no explanation for. It was about 6:30 in the morning. My son was living with me, and we lived in McCluskey, North Dakota, where I still live, just a different house now. where we lived, he had taken a job with a contractor. And the contractor was coming to pick him up. His boss was coming to pick him up at about, 6:30 in the morning, something like that. And he wanted to go outside and have a cigarette before his boss came. And it was warm out, probably in June, I think July, somewhere in there. And I said, okay, I'll go out and have a cup of coffee with you while you're having your cigarette. So we went out and stood in the driveway. And I'm facing to the west, he's facing to the east and talking to me. And while we're standing there, I looked to the west and saw what I thought was a headlight from a tractor out in a field. There were fields to the north across the highway. Highway 200 runs east and west, and I'm facing west, and off to the west in the distance there are fields out there. And what I thought at first was a light from a tractor, and then it dawned on me that there would be really no reason for them to be out at 6:30 in the morning doing something, and that kind of puzzled me. But I figured, okay, maybe they're out there doing something. So I'm standing there talking to my son, and as the light is moving towards us, it's starting to get larger, and when it comes into sight that I can actually see what's going on, I realize that it's a luminous ball of light, approximately 10-15 foot in diameter and approximately somewhere between 10 and 20 feet off the ground. And it's just moving to the east, cruising along like there's nothing to it. No sound whatsoever. This thing is just cruising along. And the best way I can describe the vision of it is it's almost as if the moon were on a full moon lit down 10-15 feet off the ground, moving across the sky here. It was the kind of thing that you look at, you can't make any sense out of it because you don't know what it is. It had the intensity of a moon, but yet no sound. This thing is just cruising along, hovering, above the ground, not making a sound. And when you see something like this, your mind just goes berserk because you're paralyzed. Your mind is focused on trying to make sense out of it. All your senses, everything is focused on this to see if you can determine what it is. And based on your perception of life, everything that you've ever seen before, this is something that doesn't follow the rules of physics or anything that you know. So your mind is just preoccupied with trying to figure it out. Now, I've been asked this many times, why didn't you just jump in the squad car? Because I was sheriff at the time. Why didn't you just jump in the squad car and chase it? And the best thing I can say is you're dumbfounded. You're paralyzed. Your mind is not thinking about going to chase it. You're trying to figure out what it is. You're just in awe. So we watched as this thing came closer and closer, and finally, as we both faced it, I made mention of it right away. As soon as I realized it was a ball of light, I told my son, "Look at this," and he turned around, and he and I both witnessed this travel right across from us, maybe, I don't know, somewhere between 20 and 30 miles an hour, I guess, if it was even going that fast. We watched it go right across the field and keep on going to the east. And like I say, to this day, I have no explanation as to why I did not just jump in the squad car and chase after it. I can't. I don't have an explanation. I was so dumbfounded looking at this thing and so amazed, trying to figure out what it was. And like I say, it was the intensity or the light that you would see if you were looking at the moon. It was opaque, it was white. It wasn't clear, it wasn't bright like the sun, or it wasn't anything like that. It was a pale white, luminous, object. So that was my third encounter, and once again, a witness with me, and I have no idea what it was. There had been stories of what they call it, ball lightning, I think it is. And I had never seen anything like that before in my life. If it was ball lightning, I can't imagine something being 10, 15 foot in diameter, cruising along in a direct line, not wavering up and down. It was on a solid path. It was almost as if it was being intelligently controlled to maintain that altitude or that height off the ground and the speed that it was a constant speed. Now, I have never seen ball lightning before, so I do not think that anything based on the accounts that I have read about believe that this was ball lightning by any stretch of the imagination. This had to be some sort of orb, if you want to call it an orb of some sort, being intelligently controlled, moving along, at a fair pace. So that is my third encounter. And just like all the other two that we've had, it just mystifies me. It boggles my mind as that what could possibly, this was a controlled energy of some sort. So that would be my end of that encounter. You asked me to describe how I feel. The main word is frustrated, laughed at, ridiculed, not taken seriously. I have had 3 encounters with another witness at each of these encounters. So these are 3 separate encounters with 3 different witnesses together. I mean, I'm not with somebody each time. I'm with somebody each time, but it's a different person each time. Different time spans, years apart. When you have this happen to you, you realize that something's wrong. We are not being told the truth. And it's maybe for our own good. I don't know. I really don't know. I joined MUFON because I wanted to become a UFO investigator. That didn't do anything. Maybe the experience, the exposure because of that. I thought things were going to develop totally different. I thought that, there would be camera crews. I thought that there would be reporters. I thought that this would become a main event. But it never did. I mean, not until lately. You published my story, or my event, my encounter, in your book. That helped a lot. I was briefly featured in the TV show Unidentified. I thought that was going to cause my phone to be ringing off the hook with interviews, and I don't know what happened. Nobody has contacted me. So it makes me wonder why. All these things to expose the truth. And 50 years later, from my first encounter, and where are we? Just now beginning to see the partial disclosure happening. The best and brightest minds that mankind has to offer have most assuredly been assigned to this phenomena at the top, highest level. We will never probably know the story until everything is brought out in the open. I have to ask myself, why keep this a secret? The human race is not prepared to handle the technology. That is one of the reasons that I can say, would we destroy ourselves with this, but I think about all the positive things that could happen. Anti-gravity, propulsion, faster travel to and from around the planet, the not having to rely on fossil fuels anymore to provide fuel for the daily vehicles that we need, the free energy that could be given to hospitals, that could be given to agencies. If they didn't have to pay for these things, then that cost could be removed from the end product. Everybody would benefit. That's just my opinion on that. We have been at this for, 70 years plus? And how can we, as the human species, evolve to the point of not only disclosure, but implementation of this technology? And it could change life to the better for all mankind. But yet, it's being suppressed. What can we do as the human race to move forward and not be held back? These questions are the ones that I ponder every single day of my life. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to know that the solution to a lot of the world's problems is right at our very fingertips. And yet, we're not using it. Or we're not being allowed to use it, I should say that. So that's how I feel. I'm pretty frustrated. I hope that before my time is up on this planet as a human being, that all of this comes to light in a manner that makes sense to everyone and that everyone benefits from it.
This is Bill. I currently reside in Central Florida, but at the time of this sighting, I was living in my hometown in northern Kentucky. Back in the early 80s, early to mid 80s, I would say, myself, my dad, who has since passed, and several of my friends were standing out in the front yard of my grandparents' house, which at the time I was staying with my grandparents. We were overlooking this pasture that butted up to the property that my grandparents had in the housing development where they lived. Several of us were standing there, and we looked over into the pasture, which was part of a big ranch owned by a well-known family in my hometown. We looked, and there was something floating across the pasture, shining a light down on the pasture. And when we first saw it, it had to be, probably a quarter mile away. But then it continued to come towards us. When it finally got the closest it was going to be, it was approximately 200 feet away, about 150 feet in the air. Now, I know, some of you are thinking, it's hard to determine distance and size at that range or when something's up in the air. But to that, I kind of add another dimension to the identification process in that it was shining a light down onto the pasture itself. The pasture, the light itself, that was shining on the pasture was circular once it hit the ground. If the object had been farther away, or if it had been, shining a light down at an angle, then of course the light itself would not be circular, it would be more oblong. And then of course the greater the angle, the more oblong the spotlight would be. But it was, by the time it was about 200 feet away, there was absolutely no noise whatsoever. And if it had been a helicopter shining down the light, we obviously would have heard it. Now, of course, I know that people say that there are silent helicopters and things of that nature, and I understand that. But this could not have been a helicopter, because the lights from the barn on the ranch kind of backlit behind the object itself. And the object was approximately 30 feet across. It was flat on the bottom, and the light was coming out of the bottom. And it was somewhat dome-shaped on the top, with maybe a combination of dome-shaped, slightly triangular-shaped, or pyramid-type shape across the top. Kind of hard to describe, but that's the best way I can describe it, is as a combination of the top part of a dome with slight triangular features. But it continued to shine the light down various places in the pasture itself. Quite often there would be the family's herd of cows that would be out in this pasture using it as grazeland. But at this point, I don't believe there were any cows out there at the time. So we were all looking at it. We were talking in the front yard, and then we all noticed it about the same time. And then we're all looking at each other like, what the heck is this? We really had no idea. And as it got closer, we're noticing, again, we all made the comment to each other that it was not making sound, and it was getting closer. So it stopped at about the 200-foot mark, about 150 feet in the air, and still shining this light down on the pasture. This whole sighting probably took a good, 3 to 4 minutes from the time that we saw it first shining the light down about a quarter mile away till it got to the closest that it actually was. And then shortly thereafter, it started heading off back towards the edge of the property of the ranch in the opposite direction of where we were. So eventually, we're all standing there transfixed, and eventually it just ends up going over a hill, continually shining this light down. It eventually went over this hill and out of sight. After it was all said and done, again, all of us are standing there going, what the heck was that? Now, I have to understand, in northern Kentucky, that's an area of the country where it's not unusual to have sightings of unidentified objects in the air. It's not quite, I'd say, commonplace, but it's enough to where folks, it doesn't surprise folks when we get reports of UFOs or unidentified objects, things of that nature. And it all just kind of, we weren't shocked by it, but we were all scratching our heads trying to figure out what it was. To this day, I still have no idea what it was. We looked, being a person who is interested in sightings of this nature, we all looked for potential articles in the hometown newspaper of cattle mutilations, things like that. After this sighting, none of us saw anything. So either there were none, or it was kept hush-hush. That we're uncertain of. But I do know what I saw, and everyone that was with me that day. Unfortunately, I can't ask my dad anything else about it since he's no longer with us. But I have to say that while I wasn't afraid of what I saw at all, it left me with the sense of wonder, like not every question in the world has been answered, and we still have things we need to know, or that we need to find out, or we need to figure out and move on. Thank you for listening. Take care.
Hi, Ryan. This is Elena. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my story. On August 30, 2014, I woke up, went to the kitchen, had some orange juice, finding myself wide awake I decided to check on my truck, which was parked next door to our building, and I could do this by viewing it from a west-facing floor-to-ceiling window in our living room. I had to lay on my tummy because the shade was pulled down 3/4 of the way, and the lever for pulling the shade was inconveniently located and also very squeaky when pulled. My husband was sleeping just down the hall. Again, this is San Francisco, so it's a small place. I didn't want to wake him up. As I laid there, checking on my truck, everything was fine. By the way, the reason I was doing this is the gate was open, stuck in the open position. So we were constantly worried at night about the truck getting vandalized. Truck was fine, but I found myself feeling very peaceful. It was a super dark, inky black night. It was so quiet, which is very unusual. Nothing going on except for one light kitty corner to where I was positioned in a dilapidated building. I thought it was so unusual that there was one light on in this dilapidated building with nothing else going on that night or that morning. So I grabbed a set of binoculars from my husband's sail bag, which was in the living room, and decided to investigate. I didn't see anything going on in that building, and yet I stayed still because there was just something very peaceful about the morning, being wide awake in this dark morning. I turned my gaze again to the left where my truck was. I looked up in the sky, and there was a bright star that started to fall, and as it did so, it started to come toward me. And this part I have to read from my blog. It will just help me describe it best. So, as I saw the white lights rapidly twirling downward on a diagonal trajectory in my direction, I thought a jet was falling out of control, but quickly realized with certainty that that wasn't the case because there weren't any green or red lights, though I was sure the lights were fixed to an object by their pattern rotation, which slowed as it neared closer. I soon saw that the object was a giant black rectangle which had been spinning like a top on its vortex. The spinning stopped, and it glided into a position directly in front of me at my window, straight up and down, long ways like a big black door, where it hovered above the ground. It had 4 round white lights, one on each corner, and was completely stable in its hovered state. The lights did not emit a beam, pulsate, or blink. The rectangle did not wobble. I don't recall hearing any sounds at all. I inspected the rectangle with my binoculars, but there was nothing to see on the surface other than the 4 white lights. The binoculars fogged up, so I put them down, and shortly thereafter, it slowly levitated, turned on its side, think flying carpet style, and floated off over the horizon. I ran to my computer to make a post on Facebook, and I'm so glad I did, because it served as a reliable timestamp for the duration of the episode. I know I was drinking orange juice in the kitchen at 4 a.m. because I looked at the clock, rushing to post an update on Facebook, hoping someone would look up and see the rectangle. I know the entire timeline was about 15 minutes. The next thing I did was Google, what do you do when you see a UFO? At no time did I feel threatened or afraid. I felt peaceful in the quiet, dark morning, and during the incident, I was simply awestruck, in a state of wonderment over what was occurring. On my mind were feelings of deep curiosity and gratefulness to be witnessing something so extraordinary and unexplainable. Afterward, I felt invigorated, bewildered, and determined to understand what I had seen. I've relayed this encounter to numerous friends and family and coworkers, and many wanted to know why I didn't wake my husband. The truth is that I didn't even think of it. I was completely in the moment and would not have done anything to distract myself or put the sighting in jeopardy by creating a commotion. But having had to explain this so many times, I promised myself that if there were ever to be a next time, I'd make it a priority to record by camera or video. In July 2015, I seized such a moment. I've been struggling to share those details from the 2015 incident, but I do expect to do so eventually. Thank you so much.
Hi Ryan, my name is Oscar. I live in Colorado, but the incident I'm about to talk about takes place on the road somewhere between Arizona and California. Me and my brother took a trip out there to go see some friends, and I think we only went there for that one day, and we're driving back at night, and the way the freeway is kind of set up driving back from Arizona to California is you have 2 lanes on one side and then a large dirt area dividing the lanes for the cars going the opposite way. And we're driving, and it's probably around 11 o'clock at night, and my brother had fallen asleep in the car, which he was supposed to stay awake to keep me awake. But I start seeing this really bright light in the sky. And at first I thought it was a helicopter, but it started going back and forth, side to side. And the light was still facing towards me. And I'm just paying attention to this light, and I try to wake up my brother, and I'm telling him, hey, look at this. Just so I have somebody else to see it with me. But he's not waking up. He's just kind of mumbling, telling me to leave him alone. And I'm paying attention to this light. And out of nowhere, a car driving the wrong way is coming right towards me. And I have to swerve really hard to the right. And luckily there was no car on the right lane next to me. And I swerve to get away. And then that's when my brother wakes up, and he's like, are you okay? Are you alright? Were you falling asleep? And I was like, no, there was a car right in front of me. It came out of nowhere. And when I turned around to see where this person was going, there was no car. I saw no taillights driving away in the distance. I saw other cars in the other lane, going the opposite way. But there was really nobody on my side of the road, and I have no idea where that car came from. It just seemed like it came out of nowhere. But the light was no longer there in the sky, immediately right after that. So it just left me really confused and wondering what I just saw. And I still, to this day, I have no idea what it was. My brain likes to try to rationalize it by thinking you saw a helicopter and then somebody was driving the wrong way on the side of the road. But it really felt like the two were connected in some way. And it sucks that my brother was asleep and didn't see it. He just knows that I swerved to get out of the way. But when I swerved, I didn't see a car pass me or anything like that. And like I said, when I looked back, there was no car driving away. So I have no idea what it was. I know that I couldn't tell for 100% sure that the light in the sky was a helicopter, and I couldn't tell that it was actually a car driving straight towards me. I just saw a bright light right in front of me, and I had to swerve right after seeing the light in the sky. And yeah, there's still I don't know what it was. It was just extremely bizarre and weird. But yeah, that's my short little incident, experience, whatever you want to call it. I know there's not really a lot to it, but thank you for taking the time to listen. I really enjoy the podcast, and keep doing what you do.
Hello. Okay. This is going to be kind of difficult for me to do, because I have to try to recall things. There are pieces missing from my memory, but there are little things here and there that I remember. I'll tell a quick story. I'll make it short. When I was about 9 years old, my family and I were living overseas in a place called American Samoa. It's in the South Pacific. Me, of course, you know, this little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. They call them palanges. That's what they call us white people, palanges. It's kind of like how the Hawaiians call us haoles, or the Mexicans would call me a gringa, you know, male gringo. Anyway, and my friend Amada, she had red hair. She was, you know, a ginger carrot top, and she had really like hazel colored eyes, and her little brother Chemo, who had brown hair and blue eyes. She also had a sister named Josie who looked a lot like me. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. They all three of them had the same mom, the same dad, but they all looked like completely different from each other. Okay, anyway, my point is we were at the playground in this neighborhood, and it was probably about, I don't know, close to 7 o'clock at night, and I had to be home by 7:30. So we were the only ones there. All the kids had gone inside. We were just kind of sitting out there. We weren't sitting on like a swing or anything like that. There was like this pipe like thing that came up out of the ground and was shaped kind of like, well, like this, you know, it was yellow, and we were playing on that, you know, like sitting on it, climbing on it, and we were just talking about, I don't even know what we were talking about. We were little kids. When all of a sudden, I saw this red dot. It wasn't a light. It wasn't shiny. It was almost like a balloon would look, but very, very red. And it was just in the sky, and it looked pretty far away. And there was an airport there. There was the FAA was very close to this neighborhood. So I see this red dot in the sky, and I didn't really think anything of it. I just thought, oh, there's a balloon up there. And I pointed it out to Amada and Chemo, and they both looked at it and were like, yeah. We forgot about it, went back to talking and playing. And all of a sudden, I noticed that this red dot had grown. It had gotten closer. And it was just hovering there like a giant balloon in the sky. It was weird. It wasn't moving the way a balloon should move. It wasn't stationed in the sky the way that you would expect a balloon to be. And this is on a tropical island. There's wind. This thing was not blowing around. It was like it was literally just had an intelligence to it, and it was just doing its own thing. So we thought that was odd, but again, being small kids, we didn't really think too much of it. Although I kept looking at it, and I just thought, why does this thing keep getting closer and closer to us? This went on for a good 15 minutes, and then I realized, oh gosh, 7:30, I gotta get home. It was a good 10 or 15 minute walk home. Amada and Chemo lived on the same side of the neighborhood as me, so we decided we were going to start walking home. We start walking, and how do I explain this? It was like almost like a heaviness in the air. We felt this thing. I know I did. So I turned around, and this red dot was literally hovering right over us. And at this point, you could see that it was a round, three-dimensional circle. It was solid. Of course, it had, I don't even know how to explain this thing. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But it was red. It wasn't, like I said, it wasn't a light. It wasn't shiny. There was no noise. It was completely quiet. I do remember not hearing any birds or cars going by. We heard absolutely dead silence when we saw this thing. It scared us so bad, we started to run. I mean, that was our first instinct. Run. So we did. Chemo fell, scraped his knees all up his hands. Actually, I fell too and skinned my hands a little bit. I don't remember Amada falling. But anyway, we got back up and we hauled, excuse my French, ass. We hauled ass. We ran all the way down to where there was another park and tennis courts. We had to turn right at the end of that street where the tennis court was to go home, to get to our street, which was also right. It was like a right and then a right. I'm only pointing these things out because I want you to realize I even remember which way I had to turn. I remember the tennis courts. I remember everything. By the time we got there, of course, as kids, what do? We run up to our friends. We start telling everybody what we saw. They laughed at us. They thought it was funny. I was completely changed by this experience. And so was Amada and Chemo. When I got home, the first person I wanted to tell was my dad. Because my dad, very spiritual man, he believes, he believed in, ghosts and God, and he believed in aliens, other beings on other planets. I was raised in a strict Mormon home, and Mormons believe, in essence, that God is an alien. He lives on a planet, that's what Mormons believe. I mean, in a nutshell. They believe it's deeper than that, but yeah. So anyway, I decided to tell my father because I just knew he was going to believe me. Well, what does my dad say? Did it land and Superman get out? My brothers laughed about it. My mom, they were like, it's nothing, don't worry about it. The FAA is right there. It's probably some kind of airplane thingy-majigger, I don't know. So they just blew it off as nothing. And of course, I ended up going the rest of my life, never forgetting that experience, knowing exactly what I saw. Well, I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I knew and I know that I saw this thing. I don't know. Did I see a UFO? Did I see a giant weather balloon that could move in a way that I've never seen anything like that on this planet move like that? It could move at a rate of speed, so quickly. It was almost like it would disappear and reappear. It was so strange.
Hey everybody, it's Rick here, and just wanted to share this little story that happened while my wife and I were on vacation. My wife and I were actually down in Gatlinburg, Tennessee in the Smoky Mountains for our 5-year wedding anniversary. So let me preface this all. Let me just start off by saying that my wife and I do not drink or do drugs. I was not high when this happened. I don't drink at all. I'm completely straight edge. So I was not drunk at the time. My wife, she has drinks every once in a while, but not, she just takes sips of wine. I don't even think I've ever seen her finish a full glass of wine. But we had nothing to drink, nothing to smoke. We were on nothing. I hadn't even had a candy bar that day. So we get to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and check in with our cabin place at around 6 p.m.-ish. It takes us about a half hour to find our cabin. We ended up in somebody's driveway. I kept calling the guy Cooter because he just sat on the back of his truck and stared at us and gave us no indication that we were actually probably about to be murdered by him and his entire inbred family, but that's neither here nor there. So I'd say around 6:30-ish we found our cabin, which is a beautiful cabin. I forget the name of it now, but it was beautiful on a private road overlooking the Smokies, which, thank you for asking, our vacation kind of sucked because it rained the entire time. It blew. And we couldn't see anything because Smokies have their name for a reason. They have their reputation, and we couldn't see anything off in the distance. And then, of course, here we are a week afterwards, and it's beautiful and sunny, but that's neither here nor there. So around 7 o'clock, I'd say, 7:30, we got everything settled into the house, everything unpacked, everything put away. I would even say it was 8 o'clock at night. And we just kind of chilling around the cabin. So we decided that we were going to stock up on groceries because if it's going to be raining all night, we're not going to be wanting to walk around downtown and checking out all the foods and whatnot down in Gatlinburg. So we decided to go to what was formerly Food Lion, is now Food City, which is actually, I think it's considered in Sevierville or Pigeon Forge area. So it's a distance away. It's about a half hour away, 45 minutes from where our cabin was. It took a while to get there. So we begin the long trek out there. We pick up our groceries, and on our way there, we actually have to go through the Smoky Mountains National Reserve, where the Smoky Mountains Park. And now, there, at this point, because it was so late after we showered and settled in, and I think we might have even had a little bit of food left in the car that we decided to heat up and eat. It was Mexican from the previous night. I'd say it was closer to about 11:30. Yeah, probably about 11, because I think Food Lion closed at midnight. Food City closed at midnight. But we decided to, be those assholes that go into a store with an hour to close and shop anyway. So we're driving through, again, Smoky Mountains Park. Pitch black. There's no lights. And because I drank like a grandpa, I was probably the last in line. There was absolutely nobody behind us, and there was about 4 or 5 cars in front of us. It wasn't very busy because, like I said, it was late at night. And we're driving along, kind of minding my own business, and out of my peripheral, I see lights. Now, there's nothing out of the ordinary when you're down in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, or in Smoky Mountains to see lights through the trees, because there are lodges and cabins and stuff that are up in the mountains. However, we were actually in the Smoky Mountain Park, and they weren't lights coming from a cabin. It was blue lights. And here's the other thing. When you're in the national park, the trees go 50 to 100 feet in the air. They're going up the side of a mountain. So these trees were about 100 feet in the air, 50, 100 feet in the air. And the lights were above the tree line. And I'm talking like directly above the tree line. And they were blue with some orangish, reddish on them. And at first I thought maybe it was an airplane tower. Quickly squashed that because we went through that area about 2 or 3 more times, and those lights were not in that location. Not a cabin, because there were blue and red lights, and it was above the tree line. Not a helicopter, because it was 11:30 at night. Why would they be doing helicopter tours that late at night and hovering in one location? This thing was stationary. And also, not a drone. I thought maybe it was like a handheld drone for a second. Problem being is because in my eyesight, I saw it through the window, through the windshield, and it was probably about this big in my eyesight, which means if we're judging that it's about 50 to 100 feet away up a tree in front of the tree lines, I would say that this thing was about 20 to 30 feet long. It was pretty damn big. And when I saw it, I said very loudly, "What the F is that?" Which I think is a reasonable response. I didn't censor myself then like I did now, but I screamed, "What the F is that?" And my wife actually happened to be staring at it herself and didn't say anything, and says, "I have no flippin' idea." Also, she did not censor herself. I just censored herself. We were on a bend, so we're coming around the bend, and my wife immediately whips around to try and get a better look at it, and it wasn't there. It was gone. Completely. It was in a triangular shape. It actually looked like it would be the underside of a helicopter. That's pretty much what it looked like. It looked like it would be the underside of a helicopter, except it wasn't a helicopter, and I believe we had our windows down, and I didn't hear the blah of a helicopter. And you would think it would also be blowing the trees down with how close it was to the tree line. That's the only thing I could figure that would be stationary, other than somebody's handheld drone. But again, why would you be out at 11:30 at night in the actual Smoky Mountain Park, and who has a drone that is that big anyway? It wasn't an airplane. It wasn't an airplane because it was stationary. It did not move while we were looking at it. And we got a good 10 to 15 second look at it because, like I said, I drive like a grandfather. But yeah, it was right above the tree line, gigantic. And again, my wife can vouch for me. I wasn't on anything. She saw it. She wasn't on anything. And again, we went through there a couple more times. Not that night because we had to get to Food City, and Lord knows food is more important than UFO discoveries. But we went through there, that exact same area, a couple more times, and it was not there at all. And I also saw an actual plane tower somewhere else located in the park, and it had flashing red lights. They weren't blinking at all. They were just blue lights in the shape of a triangle, a long triangle with some orangish red mixed in. It was a crazy sight. She saw it. I saw it in the middle of the Smoky Mountains. I didn't lose any amount of time, so I wasn't abducted or anything like that. And I also looked on the news to see if maybe it was a search helicopter, maybe somebody got lost, but why would a search helicopter be so close to the road? I mean, we were on the main stretch going through Smoky Mountains. I have no explanation what it is. I'm not going to say it was an alien, but I will say that it was a UFO because I could not identify it.
Hey Ryan, it's Kyle from Oregon. Just submitting a story for your witness encounters. You know, this happened to me when I was in 4th grade. I'm 31 now, so it has been a while. But this is the first time I'm sharing this story, so I'm a little apprehensive, but I kind of thought you'd be the guy to tell the story to. So when I was in the 4th grade, my older brother was in middle school, and his school started about an hour before mine did. So my mom would drop him off, and then we'd go sit in the parking lot until school started. And she'd read me books, or most of the. I was a sucker for the Animorphs back then, so she would read me the Animorphs, and I'd be in the 4th grade. I'd take a nap because I hated mornings, and I still do. But hey, that's besides the point. On this particular day, it had to have been later in the year, because I remember not wearing a jacket or anything. It had to have been around May or April or so. But we get to school, and I had the epiphany that, holy crap, I can have this entire playground to myself for the next 45 minutes to an hour. And that being the holy grail of all children, I was like, Mother, please let me go play until school starts. And she obliged. So I went to the playground and started doing what I was doing. It was probably tetherball, because I was a sucker for tetherball back in the day. And so I'm doing my thing. And I don't know what prompted me, but I looked up, and there was this rectangular object in the sky, very low. It was very low. I can't stress that enough. It was just above the school, maybe about 50 feet or so above the roof line. And at my school, it was shaped like a U, and in the center of that U, it was a little courtyard. It was grass that had to have been, I don't know, 100 feet deep from looking at the edge of the concrete through the grass of the building, and maybe 50 or 60 feet side by side. And while this thing that was flying over the school was probably taken up about 3/4 of that courtyard. Like I said, it was a while ago, so judgment on size isn't that great, but I remember it being big. And it was moving very slowly. Good enough that I could, get a good look at it. And I know that this having happened a long time ago, that human memory is very fickle, but I can promise you that this memory is as fresh as the day it happened. And while I'm watching this thing, I can still remember it had grates or slats going all the way from the bottom to the top, I don't remember seeing the sides or the bottom. I did see a little bit of the sides, and I remember they had lines going, looked like solid structure going along the sides, front to back. Every I don't know, 20 feet or so. They were spaced out, and there were only like 4 or 5 of them, but I remember as I'm watching this thing, I have never heard the world be so quiet before. No birds, no wind, no motor noise, not a thing. I don't know if it was just because I was so incredibly transfixed on what I was staring at, or if maybe that part of my memory is just kind of, it being the mundane part of this event, my memory just kind of dropped off. But I can attest to this, though, that thing made not a sound. It still blows me away to this day. I have no idea what it was. I can't say for certain what it was, but I can tell you for certain what it wasn't. It wasn't a plane, wasn't, Mercury in retrograde, it wasn't whatever, it was a swamp gas, wasn't anything that I can, even to this day, logically explain. It was unnerving. Well, not at the time, I thought it was just the easiest thing in the world. But now that I think about it, it was almost chilling how quiet everything was. But I remember watching this thing for, a good couple of minutes at least, as it passed over the school. And once it got over the school, I couldn't see it anymore. So, in all of my infinite wisdom, right across from that courtyard, across the pavement was a swing set, and I was like, I'm going to swing to the top of this as high as I can to see if I can see over the school and see it. And I swung as hard as my little baby legs could go, and I never saw it again. As far as, dude, I don't know. I honestly don't. It was fascinating and terrifying at the same time. I'll never lose that image for as long as I draw breath. It was amazing. It kickstarted my lifelong love of UFOs, the UFO subject. So I guess, yeah, they're kind of the same thing. But, yeah, man, I don't know how it made me feel, honestly. Like, now, I don't know. I want to say it was aliens because, it's the only thing that I can really, think that it could have been. There's nothing flying that we have now or then that looked like that. It had no wings, no tail. It was just amazing. And it's gonna stick with me, like I said, until I draw my last breath. I will see that thing in my head. Every time I hear a story, and it immediately, brings me back to that day of watching this gunmetal gray object float so silently and effortlessly above my school. I'm sorry, this is just now turning into me rambling, but I'm struggling to find the words because like I said, I've never shared this story before, so I don't know what else to say other than my mind is still unrepairably blown. I have no idea. Dude, anyways, I'm going to wrap this rambling up. Sorry for saying words that don't make coherent sentences sometimes, but I freaking love the show. The UFO subject kind of dropped off my radar for a little bit, and Somewhere in the Skies has definitely rekindled my fascination and love for the subject. So thank you again for that, and I will be listening as long as you're making a show. Hey man, thanks for taking the time and hearing me out. I really appreciate it. You have a good one, all right?
Hey Ryan, my name is Brandon, and I thought I would take this opportunity to share my story about two sightings that I've had in my life. I don't share these with just anybody and everybody typically. The first event happened back in 2003, and I've shared that with maybe a dozen people since then. People that I trust and I know believe me and trust what I say. And so, anyways, I just got inspired listening to others share their encounters, and I thought I would do the same. So, like I said, the first of the two sightings that I've had happened back in 2003 in the summer. I was in Northern Neck part of Virginia towards the coast, and it's a very agricultural, rural area, a lot of woodland out there too. My friend Jen and I had been out there visiting a mutual friend, and we were on our way back to her parents' house in Southern Maryland where we were staying for the night. And we were driving along a 2-lane road. It was a very dark night. I emphasize that because it made the encounter that we had quite a bit more intense, I believe, because it was like a black canvas out that night. There weren't any street lights around. There was just thick woods on both sides of this 2-lane road that we were driving along, and it was kind of a straight, narrow road. And so we're riding along, and I'm in the passenger seat. I look down to pick out a CD out of a CD book that she had. This was, pre-digital music era, and I'm looking at her CDs, and as I'm doing so, I see this very intense blue light come pouring in the windshield. And so I immediately look up, and keep in mind, this whole thing lasted maybe 5 seconds, but I remember so vividly every millisecond of it that when I play it out in my head, it feels much longer than that. But this blue light fills the car. I look up, and to the left above the tree line, I see this brilliantly bright blue light that's kind of oblong shaped, kind of shaped like a football. The color was like a little bit lighter of a royal blue color. It was all that same color, and it was glowing intensely bright. And so in my head, if it had just been me, I might have questioned myself. I will point out neither of us were intoxicated in any way. No drugs, no alcohol that night. We were sober as could be, both of us. And I might have questioned, even though I was sober, that my eyes were playing tricks on me or something like that. But the second that it clicks in my head, like I'm thinking in my head, what is this? Jen says that exact thing out loud. She's like, what is that? And that made the hair stand up on my arms, because to me that added so much validity in that moment. She's seeing it too. So almost immediately, like a second or two after that, after she says that out loud, it went from this stationary position in the sky. And I'll point out, I had nothing to compare it to in the sky because the sky was so dark out. I couldn't tell if it was close and smaller or if it was far away and larger. There was no sense of scale to apply. But it went from completely stationary to just basically gone in like the snap of a finger. And I know that it didn't just vanish or turn its lights off or something, that it actually quickly jetted away, because again, it was so dark out and this object was so bright that my eyes were able to pick up just a split second of a trail. I saw this blue streak take off, which was pretty much parallel with the road we were traveling on. It just shot straight ahead in the same direction we were going at lightning speed. I can't even begin to fathom how fast. But if it hadn't been for that trail that my eye picked up for just a split second to attest to that, I wouldn't have had any clue what happened to it. Now, I can't speak to if it made any sound or not. We did not have the windows down. We were listening to music, so I can't speak to that portion of it. But what I did witness, both of us, we could not explain. Jen got very shook up by it. She was physically shaking. And for our safety, I encouraged her to pull over and let me drive the rest of the way home. And so we did that. We traded seats. Once we got back in the car, Jen had the idea. She said, let's not talk about it for now. Let's wait till we get back to my parents' house, and I'll get some colored pencils and some paper, and we'll draw out what we saw and compare the two and see if we think we saw the same thing. So we did that. We said maybe 5 words the rest of the ride home. And then we got back to her parents' house in Southern Maryland, and she went first. She sat at the kitchen table and drew hers out. I sat in the living room and tried to distract myself and calm myself down by watching a couple of minutes of TV. Once she was done, we traded out, and I did the same thing. And then we compared the two, and we drew the exact same thing, the exact same shape. We used the same color for it. We drew it in the same position above the tree line to our left. It was a mirror copy, basically, of one another. And we felt like that added another layer of validity to the fact that it was something tangible. It was something that was truly there in the sky in that moment, and it looked and behaved like nothing we had seen before. So after that, I had always kind of, since I was younger, been a believer. I always kind of understood the fact that, this universe is infinite, and who are we to say there is not an abundant amount of life out there, whether it be in our own reality, our own universe, whether it's coming from some sort of other dimension. I have no clue, but I know that the possibility for it to come from elsewhere in this universe, the fact that life certainly exists elsewhere in the universe, I went into that experience already believing it's fairly likely, but seeing that really added to that. It really reinforced the idea that the things that people claim to see, they're probably, a lot of them are probably telling the truth. Of course, a bunch of them are probably making it up and wanting attention, but, I experienced it too. I became one of those people. And so that was my first sighting. The second sighting happened 16 years later. It was actually early fall 2019, just last year. And I stopped at a gas station in Roanoke, Virginia, where I live, and ran in the gas station real quick. I came back out, and it was a beautiful day, blue skies, no clouds. It was about 5:15 in the afternoon. So it was too early for stars to be plentiful in the sky, anything like that. But I happened to look up, and I was looking around at the beautiful blue sky, and I looked to my right of where I was standing, and I kind of turned, and I saw this round, solid white object in the sky, and it was literally the only thing in the sky. It was the only thing on this blue canvas of a sky that I saw. And so I thought, that's interesting. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what could that be? My first thought was maybe it was a plane or a drone or something like that, but it made no noise. In a similar circumstance to the first encounter, there was no sense of scale to apply. It was just a blue sky with nothing else around it. So I thought, well, if it's a plane, then I'll stand here and watch it from the same perspective for a couple of minutes. And if it gets larger or smaller, then I can assume it's a plane either coming my direction or going away. But I knew it wasn't traveling left or right. It did not sway in that position for a minute. So I'm watching to see if I do see a change in size. And then after a couple of minutes, it starts erratically moving around the sky, and at varying speeds. It went left, right, up, down, diagonal, at slower speeds, at very quick speeds, where it's like it just like portal jumped to a different part of the sky. And I was by myself in that moment watching it and just flabbergasted, trying to figure out what is that. And it's not making any sound. It's quiet as can be. And then I noticed that there's about a dozen other people in the parking lot looking up at the same thing. And while it's bouncing around the sky, and, you know, we're all just standing there kind of, you know, bumfuzzled by what we're seeing, and we all end up kind of congregating together in the middle of the parking lot and watching it together for probably 15 minutes. And I was actually the last to give up on watching it. I was actually the only one that stood there and watched it until it vanished. And I couldn't tell where it went. It just vanished. But everybody stood there for several minutes and we talked. I stood there for at least 15 minutes watching it and could not explain its movements. It did not behave like anything that I've ever seen in person or, you know, through video or anything like that. I cannot even begin to explain how it was moving in the way that it moved. Like I said, it was solid white. And I don't know if it was glowing white of its own accord or if it was perhaps reflecting the sun, and that was giving it a white appearance. But again, very erratic. Aerial vehicles that we've designed at this point in our history cannot and does not move that way. And so I did take some video of it, but unfortunately the video is not very compelling. Because, again, with it being a solid blue sky, I'm moving my phone around to keep it in the frame, but you're still just seeing blue everywhere it goes. So when you go back and watch the video without being there, it just looks like an object that's staying completely still against this blue sky, but it was actually kind of moving all over the place. So, anyways, yeah, like I said, these experiences just reinforced my opinion that there's something that out there that we can't explain, at least the public is not aware of and able to explain. It doesn't scare me. It excites me. It gets my mind going as to what it could be. And those possibilities, of course, are endless. But, you know, it's apparent when you experience something like that, like so many of your listeners have, that you can't even begin to explain it, that you don't know how to put it into a perspective that fits your known reality. It's just something, you know, it was as crazy to me as if a dragon came flying down out of the air and flew overhead. Like it's just something that doesn't fit our reality, what we know of existence. And to me, that's very exciting, and I hope in my lifetime I'll get more answers. We all will than we are now. So anyways, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate you fighting the good fight. I love your podcast. Avid listener. Keep it up, man. Thanks.
Hi, Ryan. My name is Vince Busey. I live in Brunswick, Ohio, which is just right outside of Cleveland, Ohio. And we had just moved into a new house, and our old house was less than a mile away. And my routine was that I would work my 9-to-5 job. And after I'd spend time with the family and eat dinner, I would get ready to go work on the old house to get it ready to sell. One night, I finished up, I'd say about 1 a.m. And on the way home, I entered my development, and I was going west, and I saw something in the sky that I know I had not seen, at least in the last few days. It was probably about visually 2 inches above the tree line, and it was strange enough that I stopped and got out of my car to take a look at it. Now, granted, I was pretty tired. I looked at it and I was going to just shrug it off, but I was about 1,000 feet from my driveway. So I drove that, got in my driveway, got out and took another good look at it. And I just knew something wasn't right about it. And I'll give you an idea of what it looked like. First of all, in the night sky, it was slightly larger than my thumb. And I wouldn't say that it was giving off light. I would say that it was illuminated. It wasn't like shining, but the way I would explain it was it looked like the moon would, low on the horizon on a hazy, humid, dark night. It was just an eerie, like a vanilla-looking white. So anyways, I stood there and I watched it. And then I thought to myself, you know what? No one is going to believe me about this. So I ran into the house. Now, this was a school night, and it was probably 1:30 a.m. And I woke my daughter and my son up. My daughter's 16 years old at this time. My son was 13 years old. I got them to come outside. And my son, being the skeptic that he is, probably lasted about 3 minutes taking a look at it. And he said, I'm going inside. But I know that he went inside because he was scared. You could see the fear in his eyes. So he went inside. My daughter and I stayed out in the driveway, watched it a couple more minutes, and then I realized, hey, you know what? I got binoculars. And I knew exactly where they were because I did all the boxing when we moved out of the old house. So I came in, I got the binoculars, and ran back outside, and I took the first view out of the binoculars. And I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I was looking at something that was kind of egg-shaped, not as dramatic as an egg-shaped. It was wider than it was tall. And the best way I can describe it is the bottom of it looked like it was made out of old clad iron, like rivets, like you'd see on an old ship or an old submarine with seams, but it just looked old. And from the halfway point up, it looked really modern. And the best way I could describe the upper part is if you were looking from underneath up, looking at a bridge, like with girders. And I remember vividly seeing what looked like lures, like you'd see on an old Z28 or an old muscle car. You see those lures. And then also I remember, and this is going to sound crazy, but the top of it was shaped like a genie's lamp. That's the best way I could describe this thing. I gave the binoculars to my daughter, and she didn't have the words that I had to explain it, but she explained it pretty much the same way that I had said it. So we watched it, I'd say probably for about another 5 minutes, trading off binoculars. And this thing just was not moving. It was just in the sky, and it was not moving. So I looked at it through the binoculars again, and it scared me to death because something had changed. To me, it looked like it was sitting on top of like a pedestal, like a gray-white pedestal. That's the best way I can explain it. Very rigid edges. So I handed the binoculars to my daughter, and I asked her, tell me what's changed. I didn't want to tell her what I had seen, but I said, tell me what's changed. And she looked at it, and she looked at me, and she said, oh my God, Dad, that's a beam of light coming out of this thing. So we both, at that point, we were freaked out. And she lasted probably about another 2-3 minutes, and she was scared to death. She ran inside. I, on the other hand, stood out probably for about another 2 to 3 minutes with and without the binoculars. And I, too, felt the exact same thing. I felt fear. I felt dread. I felt like I was seeing something that I was not supposed to see. And ironically enough, that's how my daughter sort of explained it. So I came inside. I was exhausted. And I took a shower. And then I went to bed. Once in bed, I realized I could see this thing still. I could see it right out my window. And then this is when I noticed this thing actually is moving. And it was moving so slow that the only way I could tell was by the frame of my window. I watched it in comparison, and it was moving so slow, like you would see the moon move if you were sky watching. It was moving horizontally, though. And I watched it for at least another 15 minutes, and then I don't remember anything. I had fallen asleep. In the morning, I decided I was going to make a call to MUFON, and I did that. And it must have been a pretty good story, because within 24 to 48 hours, I had a field investigator at my doorstep. And it was really nice to have someone to tell my story to, and he did a great job of showing me with his program what was supposed to be in the night sky, what was in the night sky, and what shouldn't be in the night sky. And what I saw that night was not supposed to be there. I did get some pictures of it, but it was with an old flip phone, but it was still enough to see that there was something there. So my story is on MUFON. It does have a case number. This experience has been both amazing and terrifying, but I cannot wait to hopefully see something like this again. Thank you again, Ryan, for letting me tell my story, and I love your show. Have a good night. Bye.
Hey there. I don't know the exact date, but I know it was June of 1970. I was sitting in my bedroom listening to the Phillies game, and then my sister comes running in saying, Ken, there's a flying saucer outside, screaming at the top of her lungs. And I'm like, yeah, right. And I thought she was just fooling around because she knew I was into reading UFO books and whatnot. So anyway, I go outside, and I'm like, holy crap. And there was a whole bunch of people from the neighborhood looking at this thing. It must have been about 100 feet high off the ground. It was circular, and it had multicolored lights going around the center of it. And I do remember that one of the lights was black. I mean, maybe there wasn't a light there, but it was blacked out. The section where the light should have been was blacked out. And I just watched it. Then my father came home, and he's like, what's everyone looking at? I'm like, can't you see it right there? And he's like, holy crap, too. And he took out his binoculars and looked at it, and I asked him, well, what does it look like through the binoculars? He says, the same, only bigger. And then after we watched this for about an hour, the lights just went out on the thing, and where it used to be was just blank space in the sky there. And then that was it. And I went inside, and every hour I'm coming out. Well, actually, every half hour I'm coming out to see if it came back, but it never did.
So I was 18 and in college at University of Colorado at Boulder. So I was in Boulder, Colorado. And if you don't know, Colorado, near the Denver area, is actually, or just Colorado in general, I think, they have a lot of UFO sightings in Colorado. Wasn't thinking about that, though, at the time. So it was a nighttime thing. I was out, bored, and no friends. This was my first semester of college, and I decided to climb it's ironic because I climbed the astronomy building. It was like, the side of the building was like, it wasn't very tall. It was like slanted, and they had like bricks going up, kind of like a pyramid. I don't know how to describe it. So I climbed up the side of it and was sitting up there, doing whatever. So I'm looking up at the stars, and I see this constellation. It's like a square, but it's like moving slowly, very slowly, and I'm like, that is weird. So I'm watching it, and I'm like, there's no way those are stars. They're not airplanes because they don't move. They're not making noise. It wasn't helicopters. It was just silent, like moving across the sky slowly. So I was like, that's weird. I didn't really think anything of it. And so I was like, that's strange. Anyway, I'm sitting there still. Right after that, I don't remember how long it was going for. Right after that, though, this V formation of lights looking like stars, but much lower than the first one. And when I say V formation, it's like, you know when geese are flying south for the winter, or wherever wherever they fly, and they fly in that V formation? This is how these stars were aligned. And they flew over fast, like, and low, and no sound, flew over quick, and I was like, shook. I was like, whoa, what the heck was that? I was like really shook up about that. And so I was like, oh my God, that was UFOs. That's weird. So I called my dad. I climb up off the tower and I call my dad because he's into conspiracies and UFOs and all that. And I'm telling him about it, and all of a sudden my phone disconnects and I can't call out for like 10 minutes. And eventually he was able to call back, and he was scared because it was saying like the number you're trying to reach is like out of like service area. I don't know. It was a weird message we never heard before, but I totally believe in UFOs. Now, when I say I believe in UFOs, Colorado has a lot of military installations, so when I say UFO, it could have been, it's just an unidentified flying object. It could have been government technology, it could have been like top secret technology, or it could have been aliens. I don't know. I'm open to all things. I have a very open mind, but I've definitely seen them. When I moved to New Orleans, I've seen UFOs as well. Now here, when I saw UFOs, when I saw the UFOs in Colorado, they were like the color of stars, so white, I guess. They just literally look like stars that are moving fast. So, but when I moved here, I've seen UFOs like that before too, but I've also seen they were red. And they will, at first I think they're like airplanes, but when you watch them, they're not moving like airplanes because they'll like stop, or they will zoom around, or they just don't move like planes, you know? They'll go up, down, whatever. For a moment in my life, I was like obsessed with it, like always looking outside, always looking in the sky to see if there's UFOs. That drove me a little bit crazy. So then I let it go. But I've definitely seen UFOs multiple times, and you know, I don't understand it or what's going on, and I believe that they are there, and they are there. And I'm like, I see you. I know you are there. But what can I do about it? Nothing. They're real, and I've never had anything happen where like they land or I see any aliens, because that would probably just shake me to my core, and I don't know if I'd survive, you know? And that's all I got to say on that.
Hello. My name is Andy, and I wanted to share a UFO experience I had with two of my friends back in 2003. It was in the Sierra Cascades, Northern California. It was northwest of Lake Philbrook, which is, I'd say, 20 miles northeast of Sterling City, California. Dirt roads, a lot of logging roads up there. And I want to say it was July, being there's, at that altitude, it's around 7,000 feet. There's usually snow around 8 months out of the year. And when we were up there, there was no snow. We were in t-shirts. It was warm weather, so it had to have been right at the hot point of summer. Anyway, I guess I'll get started. So, we, like always, we drive up those logging roads. I had an old 1970 Ford pickup, sport custom truck. I love that thing. Went everywhere and anywhere we possibly could in the mountains up in this area. So we found plenty of places to camp. And one place we liked in particular, it was an old logging ground, and it was a pretty nice spot. It was like being in a miniature forest. Anyway, me and my friend Jason and Ira drove up in my truck, and we get there, and at that time it was still daytime when we got there. We just hung out for a while, went hiking, did what we usually do, just explored the area, talked about random stuff. At the time, Ira was really delving into Christianity, and he was really fascinated with Revelations in particular at that time. So he brought his Bible, and he kind of tortured me and Jason a little bit, talking, just reading out of Revelations and basically saying the world was going to end at any time. And anyway, we just kind of let him do his thing, and kind of fun to philosophize it out. Anyway, I don't know what time it was. Sun had been down for an hour or two at this point. And, we had a fire already and cooked our meals, and we were just sitting in the back of the truck. And first thing I remember is hearing it, and it's really, really difficult for me to describe. I cannot make the sound. I can't mimic the sound with my own voice, and I don't know if I could even do it really. Maybe with a computer, I don't know. But the best way I can describe it is if you can imagine a two-stroke motorcycle idling, and then mix that with a dog growling, and then submerge both of those sounds in water so they're bubbling. So it's like a muffled underwater motorcycle that's idling but growling at the same time. That's what we heard. You're gonna have to use your imagination, I guess. Anyway, that's the first thing, and I'm like, what? I look at Jason, I look at Ira, and kind of like, okay, like this is a weird sound, and I look up, and it had to have been at the very least, a large craft the size of an entire football stadium, not just the field, but the whole entire stadium. Just giant. I would say maybe half a mile to a mile across, almost even. At the very least, a full football stadium in size. And it was going really slow. It went directly, or almost perfectly centered, almost above my truck and us. Anyway, the second thing I noticed when I finally noticed it was the stars were blotted out. Like a huge swath of the sky was blotted out. That was the second thing I noticed after the sound. Third thing I noticed was the weird light pattern. There was a crescent light pattern in the front, and then a line that went directly down the middle, and then a circular shape of lights in the back. They're all white. I'd say the crescent portion had 5 white lights. Then there was 5 or 6 running down the middle. These are large lights. 5 or 6 running down the middle, and then at the back it was I don't know, 5 I think, again, lights that were in a circular pattern. And the silhouette of this craft was, if you were to take, I don't know, 3/4 of an egg, so cut off 1/4 of an egg, just the end of it, and then put a golf ball up against it. So you have 3/4 of an egg running into a golf ball. That was the shape of this thing, except it's the size of a football stadium. And it's making this weird sound, and it's very, very slowly cruising directly over us. So I just look up and I look down at my friends, and they're all looking up and they're looking at it, obviously. And Ira, he just stopped reading. His mouth is just jaw dropped, eyes wide open. He didn't talk the whole time, actually. And me and Jason are looking at each other, looking up, looking at it like, okay, what is that? What the hell is that? What does that sound? Like, we didn't know what the hell we were looking at. We could see it and we could hear it. We all knew each other were seeing and hearing it, but none of us still really believed what we were looking at. And after a couple minutes, we just didn't talk to each other. We just watched this thing slowly cruise across the skyline. We watched it for a good 10 minutes. It had to have been at least 10 minutes. I mean, it wasn't going fast, and it didn't zip off or, disappear or anything. It just slowly creeped out of our sight over the tree line until we couldn't see it anymore. And, I've had a few of these encounters, and one of the weird things about them is when they happen, me and the people I'm with, we don't talk about it the next day, and we don't even talk about it the day after that. We don't talk about it for months. We always end up waiting a year or two before we bring it up again, and then when we do, it's kind of just like awkward and weird. So anyway, I'd say a year or two later, I tried talking to Ira about it, and he wouldn't do it. He said, I'm not going to talk about this with you. This goes against my belief system. I can't do it. He at that time was very, very full-blown. I don't want to say Christian, because he was very, very adamant about his beliefs. Let's just put it that way. And so, anyway, he wouldn't talk about it. I have never been able to get him to talk about it, and now I haven't spoken to him for years, and I don't know what he's up to or anything, but Jason, the other guy, was there back in, I think it was 2011, so it was that 8 years after the sighting. Me and him were roommates. We roommated with each other, moved into a house together, and one night, I just kind of brought it up, and I was, and we started talking about it and talking about the sound and everything, and then he starts describing what it looked like, and I'm like, wait, that just doesn't sound right. Because he started talking about red lights. I'm thinking, well, I didn't see it. I only saw white lights. So I asked him, I was like, okay, you draw what you saw, I'll draw what I saw. He described the sound being exactly the same, like the dog growling, a motorcycle underwater. He described the size being exactly the same. Just a massive football stadium size thing that just creeped over. It's very perplexing. This is probably as mind-boggling, if not more so mind-boggling, than the encounter itself. Okay, what I drew is what I described earlier. The crescent-shaped lights, the egg, and the circle, and, white lights. And a total of, maybe 15 to 20 lights. What he describes is a perfect square with, I'd say, 2 or 3 dozen bright red smaller lights lining the edges. That's what he saw go over us that night. A massive football stadium-sized square with red lights. I saw a massive football stadium, ovally shaped, circular shaped, white light. So, that to me, it definitely provided way more questions I have about that all of it. Any UFO counter, any paranormal, any supernatural, any of it. I have more questions about that stuff than I do answers. Because it just, I don't know, it wasn't we just saw something fly over us. It's we describe it in 2 completely different ways, visually anyway. Not as far as size, but as far as shape and color goes. And it's extremely confusing to me. I don't know. I am, even though I'm the one saying this, and there are skeptics out there that are probably going to listen to this and, be like, oh man, he's full of crap. You have to understand something. I am the biggest skeptic in this whole thing because I have no idea. I do not have a single answer on what happened that night. I don't know if it was a figment of our imaginations. We all shared some hallucination somehow. Some plant, I don't know. Some implanted, I don't know. That's what I keep hearing. People are like, oh, you're just sharing hallucinations. And then people call it a day. They don't provide any evidence that we're sharing hallucinations. They just say, you're just sharing hallucinations. It's like, well, okay, if that's what's happening, how the hell are people all over the world sharing hallucinations simultaneously at the exact same time in the middle of the damn woods, especially? How does that happen? What's causing that? Anyway, I have a million questions. I don't know what we saw, how is even possible, because nothing man-made that we know of anyway. There's nothing. We can never, as far as we know, the general population puts something the size of a football stadium in the sky and have it just, kind of creep by. We don't have that technology. Or we do, and only a few people know about it. I have no idea what we saw that night. I don't know if it was real, if it was aliens, if it was a hallucination, if it was... I don't know. But anyway, I just figured I'd share it. Maybe someone around the area around that time saw something similar. That's about all I can hope for. Maybe somebody else has had a similar experience somewhere else in the world where them and their friends saw something, but they kind of perceive it differently. But they're all sure that they saw something. But yeah, so that's one of my experiences. Thank you for listening, and if you want to see this kind of stuff for yourself, the only thing I can say is get out in the middle of nowhere as often as possible, because all the most amazing things, as far as this kind of thing goes, I've mostly been out in the middle of nowhere when I saw them, and I've had a pretty good view of the sky when it all happened. So, point being, if you're sitting at home watching TV or, sitting on your cell phone, or even if you do go out and you're just, face down into your tablet, you're probably not going to experience anything like this. Or maybe you will. I don't know. Get outside. That's all I know. So, anyway, thank you.
Hey guys, Ryan here. The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is a labor of love every week. And with that comes many different costs to keep the show running. That's where our Patreon campaign comes in. You give what you think the show is worth. There's different rewards available all the time, including shoutouts on the show, early editions of main episodes, bonus episodes and content, and very soon, monthly patron hangouts, where we sit back and chat all things UFOs. So I hope you'll consider becoming a Patreon subscriber today. To learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you for your support and keep looking up.
I think we have a story that is maybe going to pull us back into the UFO world, a world that we probably both thought we escaped from maybe 20 years ago. So we'll share the story with Ryan, and we'll see what he and his listeners think. I'm Jordan Bonaparte. I host a show called the Nighttime Podcast, which covers Canadian crime and mysteries and UFO stories from across Canada. You are my brother, Jay, and tell us a bit about you.
Well, I live in Ottawa right now and play in a band called Paragon Cause, so we record a bunch of music and all that stuff, and then actually work in the hospital here in Ottawa as well.
We both had a UFO experience maybe, I guess this was probably 25 years ago in Sydney, Nova Scotia. And I believe I was probably about 7 or 8 years old. So that would have put it probably late 80s. Is that when you remember this?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm guessing I was 11, 12, that age.
Yeah. And it wasn't just us. Like the way it went down is, and this is one of those things where I'm sure we both have a different recollection of it. But the way I remember it, it was like a school night. And we were at the top of the street in someone's backyard in the winter sledding. And it was like you and I, as well as all the neighborhood kids. Like I remember everyone being there.
Yeah, there's like me, you, and maybe 10, 12 other kids. Like I remember a bunch. I remember exactly who I was standing next to, who I was with. And it was the hill that we always went on. We were there every night in the winter sledding in the backyard.
Yeah, and the way the yard went is, like, our street was kind of a dead-end street, kind of built onto a hill, and when you were sledding, you were kind of going from the street down into, like, the woods that was, you know, surrounded our dead-end street. So it was...
Yeah, there was like a boundary where the trees started at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, exactly. And so, again, it was a school night. It couldn't have been that late because it was all the neighborhood kids that were out, but the sun was certainly down. It was nighttime. It was a dark sky.
Backlight floodlight was on, so it was late enough that I remember there was a floodlight illuminating the backyard.
Yeah, exactly. So when you were down the hill, you were like down in the darkness. Then you would pull your sled up the hill, up into the lit backyard is the way I recall it. And
exactly.
The way I remember it is I slid down the hill, and I was among the younger kids because most of the kids were like a year 3 or 4 years older than me. Most of them were around your age. So I remember being down the bottom of the hill, looking up at everyone kind of slowly coming down the hill and whatnot, sledding. And the way I remember it happening was this bizarre sound that almost sounded like just every bit of sound getting sucked out of the sky and out of the world. Like, I remembered like a second of split silence followed by the brightest light that I've ever seen. Like, it went from darkness to brighter than daylight instantly.
Yeah, so the weird thing is, me and you, I don't think we've talked about this.
Never like we are now, no.
No. And so, like, you're telling me that story kind of gave me the chills, because my recollection is I was standing next to my friend Brian, and I remember, it's weird because it's like clear as day. I remember me and Brian are like, all right, let's go down the hill. And we were kids are like, let's count to 5 and we'll go. So we counted and we went down the hill, and I remember us kind of laughing. And to me, what I remember is, again, the trees, the woods, there's just that sound of the outdoors. And then all of a sudden it just stopped. Like nothing existed. There was no sound. It wasn't that it was quiet, it's that sound was gone. Mm-hmm. And to me, it felt like slow motion. Like I felt like time stopped. And I remember standing up, and then again, instantaneously, within, milliseconds, there was this light that felt like it was literally just a foot above my head that was so bright. But at the same time, I remember thinking that it was incredibly bright, but it wasn't really blinding me. Like I could see the light, and it was crazy bright. And I remember this slow motion feeling. I started turning my head to look up at the sky because I wanted to know what it was. And I still to this day remember it. And it was like slow motion. And as I looked up, what I remember is just this crazy light. Like I couldn't see anything. And then I remember it just kind of sucked itself into like a ball almost. And then I seen it just kind of shoot off into the sky, but not like horizontally, like into the sky, and then just go away. Mm-hmm. But I could see it like fly off into space, basically.
Yeah, I have the exact same memory. I remember when the light came and I realized like all of a sudden it was incredibly bright. I remember kind of shielding my eyes, and I almost had this vision burnt into my mind of like looking up at the hill, probably looking for my older brother, you. And I remember seeing all the kids kind of just standing there, looking at the sky and down at me. And I remember like the really hard shadow on the ground. Like every kid had like, like as a photographer, if you have the flash on, you get a really nasty shadow. I just remember this vision of all the kids with their like sleds in their hand, with a bright light shining on them. And at the same thing as what you said, I remember looking up, and as I did, I almost describe it as like the light being sucked into like the vacuum of space, because it just...
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, it just got smaller and just went away. And as it went away, the sound of the world came back kind of at the same pace.
And I don't know about you, but what I remember is silence. But then once it went away, kids started screaming and crying, and everybody ran home to their parents.
Yeah.
Into their houses.
Yeah.
It was great chaos.
I should ask Dad about it, because I do remember you and I and Brian and like all the kids just running down the street, freaking out. And I don't remember if we used the word UFO or like what we thought had happened, but I do remember like running home and like upset and telling Dad what had happened.
The other thing I remember, though, is I remember when it happened, I was looking towards the woods, And there was actually, I remember seeing like a line where it wasn't like a light that was diffusing, and it was like a bulb outside. I remember seeing a distinct line where the light stopped and there was darkness beyond it. It was very, very weird. Like, it was light that, whatever it wasn't normal light. Like, it was not normal. It wasn't a spotlight from a helicopter. Like, it was abnormal, and I'm sure you'd agree. Like,
yeah,
it even felt different.
Yeah,
like it felt different.
Yeah, the way I remember it is, it did feel like the light was kind of in an area around us. Like, there was spots like beyond where we were that were still dark.
Yeah,
but it wasn't a spotlight, like you said. For one, where we live, there would never be a helicopter above us shining lights at the kids. But
never.
But it was also a bigger area. Like, it would have lit up probably the area of like one or two, yards that a house would be sitting on.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other important thing is, like, behind this house, the woods behind our house is like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kilometers. There's nothing else behind it. It's not like there's a little bit of forest and then another street. Like, it is the forest until you hit water, basically.
Yeah, the ocean. Eventually you would get to.
Exactly. And I actually brought this up with this guy, Brian, and he won't talk about it. He's like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. He won't talk about this. I have no idea why. It's bizarre. It's super bizarre, but it's a weird thing because, you experience that. And I think you probably agree, like, when people ask me if UFO exists, I'm like, yeah, I see, like, I'm not crazy. I'm a normal person. It is what it is. There's no other explanation. Like, it was there. And it kind of changes your perspective on life and your perspective in general, because it's weird when you know, but no one believes you. But at the same time, you're like, I know. Trust me.
I feel the exact same way. Well, we'll give this story to Ryan, and you never know. Maybe we'll excite him and he'll investigate it, and we can figure out what the hell happened.
Definitely.
All right, Jamie. Well, thanks for chatting this out with me, and hopefully Ryan can look into it, and maybe this will even inspire the next Paragon Cause song. Like, you guys should do something about this.
It already has. I think we may, right? We just, we're releasing a new album this week on next Friday, actually, on the 17th. And, if it wasn't for that UFO, I wouldn't have the talent to play the guitar, because I'm pretty sure they installed that in me. So I owe them a lot of money.
There you go. Well, this is perfect, Jay. Thanks for talking it out.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dennis McKenzie. I'm 52 years old and live in St. Louis, Missouri. I was born here but grew up in western Michigan. My family and I have been living in St. Louis since about 2008. In 2014, I experienced a sighting. I didn't share it with anyone, no reason. I just didn't report it. It was strange but uneventful. I mentioned it to my wife, but I didn't file it with the folks that track these things for whatever reason. But recently, I've been enjoying Ryan's and some other paranormal and UFO podcasts, and listening to accounts of people who've seen the triangle-shaped lights. It got me thinking and led me to search for any reports of incidents matching what I had seen back around 2013 or 2014. So I got on the Google machine and started poking around, and lo and behold, I found a report filed on June 12th, 2014 in St. Peters, Missouri. Now I was in O'Fallon, Missouri at the time, which is essentially the same place. O'Fallon and St. Peters are just one giant suburb. It's one massive neighborhood with about 80,000 people. I read the report, and it matched exactly what I saw. It kind of freaked me out. It was, I think, a high school kid, and he had seen it and was talking about it in school, and had a teacher had seen it too. And the area where they were kind of matched. It synced to what I had seen. So after reading the report, I decided that I'd go onto Ryan's website and summarize my sighting. He asked me to share the story, so here goes. I'm a manufacturing engineer, and I worked in factories my entire career. Oftentimes I get called into plants after normal business hours, which is why I was driving down Highway K about 2 in the morning. So the date I narrowed down based on reading that other report, and that was filed June 12th, 2014. So I was called into the plant for some issue that I don't remember specifically what it was. But I was driving on Highway K in O'Fallon, Missouri. Highway K is an extremely busy road. The entirety of this road is well lit, full of major shopping centers, grocery stores, big box home improvement, gas stations. Nothing about this is rural. It's a very densely populated, very active place. 2:30 in the morning, I was pretty much the only one on this section of it. Most things are closed. It was a pleasant evening. I remember some clouds in the sky. And I was heading south on K and had just passed a road called Laura Hill. And I was between Laura Hill and Mexico. And I noticed in the sky to my right a triangle of white lights moving steadily through the air. My first thought that it was a formation of planes. I didn't see an outline of any craft, just bright white lights forming an equilateral triangle. There were no lights at the base, just the sides, and it was moving due west from east to west across K in the direction, it was like Arrowhead maybe. I heard absolutely nothing. Completely silence. I had my radio was off, my windows were down. I couldn't hear a thing. I looked for blinking lights to indicate aircraft wingtips or taillights. I didn't see anything that an identifiable aircraft would have had on it. The pace of this, whatever this was pretty steady. Moving about as fast as a traffic helicopter, so not real fast, not hovering. And it didn't appear to be that high because there were some clouds and the lights were very clear. It was moving east to west. I leaned over the steering wheel as I drove kind of under it as it went over K. And I'm thinking to myself, holy shit, I'm seeing a UFO. So after it had moved west and was directly to my left, I still heard absolutely nothing. Not too long after it crossed over K, these things disappeared upward into the sky. And it wasn't a smooth turn or drift into the clouds. These things rocketed upward. I mean, it was immediate. And the thing that really struck me is that I heard nothing. In this area, because of Boeing, we have a lot of F-18 traffic. We see F-15s. By the airport, these guys do touch and goes where they touch the runway and just explode damn near vertically into the sky. And when a military aircraft is doing that, you hear it in your bones. This seemed to be as quick as that, but there was absolutely no sound. The report that was filed by this other individual said that they kind of noted a humming or throbbing sensation. I didn't hear even that, but I was also driving in a pickup truck, so who knows. My thoughts on what it is or what it was, I think it'd be really neat if it were aliens. I would love that. I'm desperately hoping to actually have a video of contact or see something like that, but I think it was us. I think it's ours. Whatever it is, the tech has got to be crazy, like noise canceling technology, or even more badass would be a gravity polarizer. How cool would that be? But I don't know that it was alien. Who knows? So many people have seen these triangle lights. That's what's got me thinking that it's something that we're playing with. I don't think that we are the only ones in the universe, but like Fermi said, where is everybody? Anyway, the sighting intrigued me, didn't really frighten me. It was just very interesting. I think about it all the time, and every time I listen to a podcast or hear somebody or see videos of the Phoenix Lights, it's, I'm really, what the hell was that? That's my story.
My name is Melissa, and back on October 3rd of 1995, I had what I can only describe as an unidentified flying object incident. I remember it to be specifically October 3rd of 1995 because it was the day that I was moving from Florida to Kansas after my freshman year of college. And it was my mother, my stepfather, and I in a U-Haul van that I had rented. The reason I know it was October 3rd is because I remember on our way back listening and hearing the O.J. Simpson verdict. So I was able to determine that it was October 3rd of 1995. Anyway, we were driving one straight shot, which is about 25 hours, and we were halfway through, roughly about 14th hour into the drive, and we were east of St. Louis. I'm going to say we were at least an hour, maybe a little bit more, outside of St. Louis, Missouri. It was a very, very dark night. There wasn't a lot of traffic because it was a weekday night in October, not a lot of summer travelers or anything of that sort. My stepfather was driving the U-Haul, my mother was in the middle, and I was on the passenger side looking out the window. And I was just kind of looking out the window, not really necessarily paying to anything in particular. And these lights in the sky kind of caught my eye. And at first, you kind of readjust your eyes a little bit and try to figure out exactly what you're seeing. But I saw distinctly like three. And the reason they caught my eye is they weren't moving. But then one would move really slowly, and then another one would move. It was almost like this kind of choreographed movement that was going on between the three. I can't remember how many miles we would have been. And we were far enough away where I watched this for a while. And I'm watching it. And another thing that struck me is they were perfectly spaced apart. They were perfectly spaced apart. The lighting on it was kind of sporadic. It was like, blinking lights, but not like a pulsating light that you normally see on a jet. And they were, like I said, perfectly spaced apart, but they would sometimes move at the exact same speed together. Or sometimes one would move and the other one would move. And then once in a while, one would just dim completely and be gone. And then I looked and it would be in a different location. So I'm watching this for a while, and I'm sitting there in my head trying to decide, do I tell my stepfather what I'm seeing? Because this is really odd. And I remember being really nervous to tell him because he's one of those, very skeptical people. He also is someone that has his pilot's license, and he was in the Air Force Reserves. So I was like, he's probably going to just kind of dismiss this. But I kept watching it. But as I watched it also, it was like more lights appeared. Then I noticed there was one across the interstate on the other side of us. And so at this point, it's almost like they're all around. And I don't recall how many there were. But as I said, they were perfectly spaced apart. And the way they were moving, it was almost like there was a communication going on between them. And they moved, as I would describe today, very similar to a drone. I feel that they'd be stopped for a while, and then one would move. And so certainly back in 1995, there was nothing that existed, to my knowledge at least, that could do this. So I don't remember how long I was watching this, several minutes, if not maybe a little bit more. And I finally told my stepfather, I said, "Do you see these lights?" And I think he was noticing them too, and he didn't want to say anything. And he's like, "Yeah, I've been watching this." And I said, what is this? And he said, I honestly can't tell you. I don't know what this is. And, he was driving, so he had to kind of pay attention to the road. We just didn't really say a lot because we were more just in awe and trying to comprehend what we were witnessing. And I think my mother was a little more freaked out by it. We definitely didn't hear any noise, but the reason we didn't hear any noise also is we were driving. So the sound of our vehicle was loud enough to where I wouldn't know if there was any noise associated with what we saw. But we would, we got closer and closer. We saw them for such a long period of time. It was almost like they were moving with us. I'm not saying they were following us or anything. I'm just saying it was like they were kind of moving along the same pattern or the same distance along with us, because it felt like we watched this for probably 20 minutes or so. And then as we kind of got outside and closer to St. Louis, and you started to see kind of the city lights, or at least the reflection in the sky, they just disappeared. And that was it. We never really talked about it. We just kind of gave each other a look and just said, I don't know what that is. I just have no idea what that is. And we're used to very dark nights and skies in Kansas. And, we've seen a lot of meteor showers and things of that sort. We just couldn't put a placement to what it was at all. So that was kind of my one very vivid incident with an unidentified flying object. And the reason, again, is there was multiple. How many there ultimately were was probably upwards of 5. Like I said, they seemed to have made like a formation of some sort. They were very slow. They weren't moving at any high rate of speed, but then they would disappear, or at least the lights would be off, and it was like they were gone. And then all of a sudden I'd see it, what I think was the same one, appear in another location. So there was kind of that going on too. So how did it make me feel as far as the whole experience? Looking back on it, I honestly don't know what I saw. I will say this, is that I have told several people about it, my husband and a couple family members and some people, friends of mine that are UFO enthusiasts. But a couple years ago, I decided to tell my nephew, who is a Air Force pilot, has been an Air Force pilot for 15 plus years and is a very high ranking security. He's been to lots of training, lots of very high end training that I probably can't even speak to. So he probably has seen a few things, though he won't admit it. But I will say that I told him about this incident, and I said, here's what I saw. What do you make of this? And he said to me that he had absolutely no doubt that what I saw was real. He didn't doubt it. And he said that the one thing to keep in mind, he said, is that he would say that there are aircrafts that have been created by our military that far exceeds our imagination. So sometimes what maybe I was seeing in 1995 is maybe what's available today, i.e. drones. That's kind of how he explained it. Now, of course, he didn't see it. He doesn't know it. But he did say that there is aircraft that exists that would blow our minds away. So that was kind of interesting to me. And it was also interesting to me that he didn't completely dismiss or deny what I said. In fact, if anything, he validated it. So that's kind of reassuring. And that's my story. Thank you.
I've always been into aviation and astronomy, especially aviation, but in either case, I've always been looking up at the sky and observing things, and I feel very privileged to have seen something as crazy as this. I also haven't seen any reports of sightings similar to mine over the past 15 years, so whatever it was that I saw, it's not happening anymore. So let me start by giving you the setting. It was late 90s, I'm pretty sure it was 1999, but it could have been early 2000 as well. So there were no smartphones easily available, I didn't have anything in my pocket to film with. Like the nearest camera was probably 15 minutes away, and I didn't even know if there was tape for it or not, so I could not record it. All I have is my memory. This also happened in a populated area, which prompted me to think that other people must have seen it, but there was no one around me at the time. It was my grandmother's backyard, and everybody was busy. So pretty much, if you want to make the case that I'm crazy, there's some evidence for you. It was 11 a.m. and everybody in my family was getting ready to go out on a family lunch. I was just hanging out in my grandmother's backyard, looking at the sky, which is pretty normal, maybe expecting the cargo 727 that usually went by at that time, when I suddenly noticed this weird black triangle. Now, it was getting kind of cloudy. There was still good visibility, but you could tell that later on that day probably there was going to be some rain. So there was a layer of stratus clouds that was forming pretty rapidly. But this thing was well above that, and sometimes, a cloud would go by, and when the cloud went by, I noticed it was still there, so just hovering, not moving, not making any sounds. I couldn't even tell what the texture was like. It was so black, it was just completely black. No lights, no details, nothing like that. Now, at that time, drones were not very common, and I definitely knew it was not a kite, especially up at that altitude, and not moving at all despite all the wind. So the first thing that came to my mind was maybe a Skunk Works aircraft, some kind of top secret American Air Force project or whatever. I thought of the F-117 and also the B-2, which were both black triangles. But this triangle looked kind of smaller than those two aircraft. And as far as I'm concerned, those two airplanes cannot hover. They can just fly in a straight line or, conventional flight like normal airplanes. So no hovering. So I thought, hey, maybe Skunkworks is up to something new. I better go check it out. It's pretty cool. So naturally, I tried to observe it for as long as I could, but it was just that. It was just a black triangle, not moving, making no sounds, unlike other reports of black triangles, which usually accelerate or have lights or, do something. This one was just there. I actually yelled out to my aunt, who was taking a shower at the time. She told me it was probably a kite, but obviously she wasn't observing it. And I thought I was going to get to see it go away or accelerate or do something, but actually it became so cloudy that I just couldn't see it anymore. The layer of clouds became really dense and really thick, became kind of an overcast. So I couldn't see it anymore. I don't know when it disappeared. Like I said, I have not heard or read any reports, especially near where I live, of anything similar to this over the past 15 years. Like I said, I've always been fascinated with aviation and astronomy and the atmosphere and all those things. I don't really buy into conspiracy theories, and I didn't think for one second that it was an alien attack or an alien appearance or whatever. If it had been an alien attack, I would have probably just gone out, hit my chest and been like, bring it on, which would probably have been my last words. I feel, like I said, really privileged to have seen something like this.
I saw a UFO. So who knows what this thing was. But it all started back when I was 12 years old, like 6th grade. And I was having a sleepover with my best friend. No, it wasn't, because my best friend had moved away. I don't remember who I was with. If it was just like a friend or my sister. But it was like one summer night and we decided to go sleep on the trampoline. And I will never forget this. Like, seriously. So where I grew up really close to an Air Force base. So like my little town is kind of surrounded by hills, and then to the east of it are really huge mountain range, and also there's a canyon right there. And so it is a really unique place where I grew up. It's really beautiful. And actually the town I grew up in has a really weird history with a lot of people seeing the Sasquatch, also known as Bigfoot, which obviously I don't believe in, but when I was a little kid, I totally believed in it because I had my friends whose grandparents said they've seen the Sasquatch and all that, and yeah, so I was obsessed with Bigfoot when I was little, but I mean, that's a whole nother story. But this story was, we were sleeping on the trampoline. I had a huge backyard and tons of trees. Like when a wind would come through or the breeze would come through, you could hear the wind and the leaves rustling in the trees. And I was staring at the night sky. My friend fell asleep and I was still awake, just like staring up, and like just you could see so many stars, like where I lived, so many. It was amazing. And you could see satellites going by and shooting stars. And I had been awake for quite a while, just thinking and staring at the sky. And that whole time I was watching the night sky. The hill, so I was laying down and behind me was east and the other way was west. And kind of to like the west-south part of the sky, really low into the sky, there's this big bright star the whole time that it was like a planet or a star, I don't know. But it was huge, and throughout the night I crossed it many times, looking at the sky, you know, looking at it. The whole time it was there for at least an hour. It had not moved. This big bright star planet, I'm not sure. And then out of nowhere, like this was the freakiest thing ever. Out of nowhere, all of a sudden, that star planet just slowly started moving up, just higher. Like, what the hell? This thing started moving. And it was holding still, shining bright, just like any other star, the whole night. And it starts moving up towards higher into the sky, because it was one of the stars that were a little bit lower, not like directly above. And I remember just like my heart literally just like sank to my stomach. I was just frozen, just staring at it, like watching it slowly just go up into the sky. And as it got higher up, it started getting smaller and smaller, dimmer and dimmer, until it finally just got so high up it disappeared. And I remember just thinking, what the hell was that? It wasn't a plane. It wasn't... What was it? It was the freakiest thing, and it was just not there anymore. That big bright star that was there, it was not there anymore. It disappeared. I just watched it move up into the sky. It was the creepiest and weirdest thing. And I remember, like, the next day telling my whole family about it, my friends about it. Like, everyone just thinks I'm crazy. Like, I will never forget that, because I was not crazy. I knew exactly what I saw. So whether it was aliens or it was from the Air Force Base, some kind of new aircraft that they were testing. But the weird part is that it had been in that same spot for a very long time, just hovering. So if it wasn't aircraft, was it just hovering there? It just does not make any sense. And to this day, I still don't know what it was. I'll never know. But it's very weird and mysterious. And yeah, that was my story of seeing an unidentified object. Bye.
Hello, my name is Miguel Rodriguez. I'm a native New Yorker. I was born and raised in the Bronx. I currently live in South Florida. I work for the Broward County School Board. I wanted to share 2 sightings that I had in the Bronx, both as a child and as an adult. My first initial sighting took place in 1989. I was 12 years old. The building that I lived in, from my bedroom, I could see the New York City skyline and all of Queens. Directly in front of me was the Hudson River and the Whitestone Bridge. On this particular night, I saw what appeared to be a luminescent orb over the bridge. This orb was pulsating a brilliant light. It looked like a little mini moon. It was rocking back and forth in the sky right over the Whitestone Bridge like a boat in water, effortlessly. What I observed was that this orb, this UFO, wanted to be seen. As a child, I was amazed. I didn't know what to make of it. I've never heard of UFOs or anything of that sort prior to that. So I tried to make sense of what I was seeing, and my description of that was a little mini moon that floated like a boat on water. Things got more interesting as I observed this object, which The experience in total may have lasted anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes. That's how long it was there. 2 jets were scrambled to pursue this object. They came out of Queens. And at this point, I feel like I'm in a movie. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was excited. I was scared. I asked my brother to come take a look at it. He was terrified. He ran back to his bunk bed and got under the covers. Me, on the other hand, I couldn't take my eyes off of it. And you might as well have given me popcorn because my eyes were glued to what I was seeing. So the jets pursued this object. The object vanished, and the jets returned to wherever they came from in Queens. This object reappeared, and when it reappeared, it really started going heavy with the light show. It started pulsating even more. The light was even more brilliant. And then things started getting even more interesting. So from the middle of the Whitestone Bridge to my building, I'd have to say, I'm just taking a wild guess here, but I'd say anywhere between 5 to 10 miles. What started happening is that this object, from that point in the bridge to my building, to my neighborhood, started flying over in what appeared to be milliseconds. I have to say that in under a minute, possibly even under 30 seconds, this object flew from the bridge to my neighborhood at least 7 times, 8 times back and forth effortlessly, like nothing. It was unreal. It was as fast as if you were to point a light pointer, a laser pointer on a chalkboard and move it around. That's how fast it was. When it got to my neighborhood, which was very fast, I noticed that it wasn't an orb. It was, in fact, a disc-shaped craft, metallic in nature, and that the orb that I thought it was just an energy of sorts around the craft, like an aura, circular. And that was my first sighting. I couldn't take my eyes off of the sky after that. After that, I became very adamant in observing and watching the sky. The second sighting took place in 2002. I worked as a security guard for a beer distribution company. This was also in the Bronx, and my shift was from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. I worked overnight, and I noticed that in 2002, mid-October, late October actually, October 25th, 26th, I noticed what appeared to be like Roman sparklers, like the sparks that come off a Roman sparkler, or someone working with metal, a machinist working with metal, the sparks that come off of that. I started noticing that over this building that was in front of the facility. The building is 6 stories tall, fairly small building, and I was in my post in the back of the facility. It was very cold, and I didn't really care to go investigate whatever that was any further. In fact, it was so cold that for 2 weeks, it just didn't dawn on me to investigate whatever that was, although I was watching it and checking it out. On November 10th, 2002, I finally gave in. My curiosity got the best of me. I asked myself, what is this? What am I looking at? Because it was just, I just couldn't make it out. So I walked toward the front of the facility to the first post, and that facility it's as big as a football field. So I walked to the front of it, and out of these sparks that I saw over the building, a triangular craft appeared out of nowhere, out of those sparks. And it was big, it was silent. If I didn't see it come out of those sparks, I wouldn't have known it was there in the first place. It made no noise whatsoever. There was one light on it that I could tell that was red. Other than that, it was completely blended in with the night and made no noise. I walked backwards with this triangular craft over me, which, by the way, was just over 6 stories above me. It was fairly close. I'm pretty sure that if I wanted to, I could throw something at the object. But I walked backwards the entire time with this object over me, and it was so unreal that I couldn't even talk. I just moved with it backwards until it went over the back of the facility, which is obscured by rocks and, you know, a big rocky wall that over that goes into the Cross Bronx Expressway. And that was in 2002. So I wrestled with that sighting because I didn't know who to talk to about it. So I really wrestled with that information and what I saw. I've never reported a UFO or anything of that sort until 2005, when I first started using the internet and AOL. I did my research. I wanted to file my first UFO report, and I did so with somebody that I felt was very credible, and that person was Brian Vike from HBCCUFO.com. I filled out the report. He called me, he vetted me, and according to Brian Vike, my story checked out, and he wanted me to talk with Jeff Rentz and be interviewed by Jeff Rentz and be on his radio show. And I did. And after that interview, which is on the Jeff Rentz program, which is a nationally syndicated radio show, the floodgates were open. People started contacting me in regards to what I saw. And from that day on, I've been involved in the information community, the UFO community, whatever you want to call it. And to this day, I still have sightings. I have pictures. I have video, particularly here in South Florida. And that's my story. I hope that people in New York share their stories more, because to my understanding, having a sighting out there is not unusual, but we don't hear about those much, especially in the cities, in the 5 boroughs, you know. But that's my story. Thank you.
I have been putting off this story for such a very long time because it creeps me out. I've only really told this story to my family members and some coworkers. So for today's video, I'm going to be talking about my encounters with extraterrestrials and UFOs, really. I start getting so scared talking about these kind of things, and I'm also home alone, which doesn't help. So to start things off, I'm actually going to be talking about one of my earliest encounters with UFOs. So this story begins with me and one of my friends. So me and Chase were actually playing in this playground. And in these apartments that I used to live in, they had a playground in a field that was across the apartments. For me at the time, this field was huge. So I don't know how it is now because I haven't been there for so long. Me and my friend Chase were playing on the playground. The sun was starting to set already. We had a good 30 to 45 minutes maybe left of daylight. I don't remember why, but we decided, let's go play out in the field, which is strange because there was nothing in the field. We were just kind of walking around the field. I think we were just, just talking. I had the sudden urge to actually look up, and right as I looked up, I noticed something in the sky. It looked like a big rock. It had 2 dots on each side of the thing, of the UFO. It had a rough texture all around it. It didn't have any wings, and it was just there almost right above us. There was nothing attached to it or a part of it that would make it, fly. Me and Chase, we really didn't know what we were looking at. I pointed to it and I asked Chase, do you see that? And Chase was like, yeah, I do see that. What is that? We were both just like, oh, what is it? And we looked at it for a good few minutes and it was still there, just floating. It wasn't too close to us, but it was still really high up in the sky, but we could still see it perfectly. But we just made our way back to the playground, away from it really, because we just didn't know what it was. And we were just kind of playing on the play structure. And there is this part in the play structure where you can kind of climb up, and it's like almost like a roofing that you could climb up on and kind of just look out into the field. And the UFO was still there. It didn't look like it was moving around or anything. It was just still up in the sky. No movement whatsoever. This is going to sound really silly, but earlier that week, me and my family actually went to KFC, and in the kids' meals at that time, they actually came with like binoculars for kids. I told my friend Chase that. I was like, hey Chase, I have these new binoculars in my house. I could go bring them and we can come back outside and we can see this thing up close. And my friend Chase was like, yeah, okay, let's do it. And so what was really cool too is Chase actually lived right next to me in the other apartment. So we walked home, and by this time too, it was actually starting to get dark. It was about 10 minutes before it actually got dark out. Once we walked up to our doors, Chase's mom told me, oh, Chase can't play outside anymore, it's getting dark. But I was still determined to get my binoculars and go back outside to the park to go look at whatever this thing was. I ran into my room and I was trying to look everywhere. I remember I had a gray giant tub full of toys, and I was just kind of digging my way through it, taking out every toy to see if I could find my binoculars, and I couldn't find them. My sister opened the door and I heard the rattling of the binoculars, so I actually hung them up on the doorknob. I told my sister, I was like, oh, there's something in the sky and it's floating there and I want to see it with my new binoculars. I grabbed my binoculars, I opened the door, and then I ran down the stairs and I went back to the park by myself. And I went up to the rooftop of the play structure and I pulled out my binoculars, and it was gone. And it was a clear night. There was nothing else in the sky. But anyways, so yeah, didn't see anything in the sky. I had my little KFC binoculars on my neck, and I just was like, well, you know what? Oh well. So I came back home. I was telling my sisters, I have 3 sisters, by the way. I was telling my sisters, I was like, you guys, me and my friend Chase saw the craziest thing today. And I told them exactly how I saw it. I told them, I was like, oh my god, it was like a big rock and it had 4 gray dots on it. And my sisters were like, oh my god, they were trying to scare me because they were teenagers at this point. I was just a little bean at this time. My sisters were like, you just saw a UFO. You and your friend just saw a UFO, and it was aliens and all of this stuff, and they were just trying to freak me out. That's when I realized, I was like, oh my god, I saw a UFO. They're like, oh, they're gonna track you down and they're gonna abduct you and they're gonna take you in your sleep. But I was just bawling my eyes out. It was so traumatizing for me because they're like, yeah, why did you go back outside? They might have known that you were onto them and that's why they left. So yeah, that was one of the first encounters I have with, seeing a UFO and all that stuff. Every once in a while when you do walk somewhere, just make sure you look up.
My name is Sean, and I live just outside of Nashville, Tennessee. This is my story about a UFO that I witnessed several years ago. I don't remember exactly how long ago it was, but it was probably around 7 or 8 years ago. The time of day was between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was clear with no clouds, so visibility was excellent. Sometime between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, I walked outside of my house to just go check my mail. And I stepped out onto my front porch, and as I shut the door behind me, something told me that I needed to look up. And when I did, I saw a long, white, cigar-shaped object that was flying low in the sky, pretty much directly in front of me. And it was flying in a north to south direction. I estimate that it was anywhere between 500 to 1,000 feet in the air, and it was approximately 100 feet in length, so this was a rather large object in my opinion. It had no wings, no tail, no visible means of propulsion, and I saw no windows. and it also didn't make a sound at all. I stood there for what seemed like, several minutes, just watching it slowly move from the north to the south in the sky. And I was frozen in place. After all, I was just going out to check my mail. I wasn't expecting to see something like a UFO. And like I said, it seemed like I was standing there watching it for what seemed like several minutes. Time just seemed to slow down. But in reality, it probably wasn't more than about 30 to 60 seconds before I came to my senses and realized that what I was seeing wasn't a conventional aircraft. I watched it for just a few more seconds, trying to determine exactly what this thing was that I was seeing, and I suddenly realized that, man, I needed to get a picture of whatever this thing is. And so I ran back inside to grab my cell phone, and when I was doing that, I called for my wife at the same time, and I said, "You've got to come out here and see this. I think it's a UFO." So I ran back onto the porch with my wife behind me, and the object was gone. It had vanished. So I ran into the front yard, and I began just scanning the skies. First, looking in the direction that this thing had been heading in, and then just scanning the skies, looking around in all 360 degrees. And this thing was gone. Nowhere to be found. Now, it was moving so slow when I ran back inside to grab my phone, and there was no way it could have simply just disappeared in the 5 whole seconds it took me to get my phone. My phone was on the coffee table in the living room, so it literally took me just a few seconds to grab it. Whatever it was had to accelerate at an incredible rate of speed to disappear that fast. There was no noise, no sonic boom from something like, breaking the sound barrier, nothing. It was completely gone, vanished. The whole event couldn't have lasted more than about 5 minutes. Now, my wife must have thought that I was crazy, even though she said she believed me, and I have to admit I felt a little crazy myself. But I know that I saw something. I just don't know what exactly the something that I saw was. Now, here's a couple of things about me that you need to know. First off, I'm a former government employee, and because of my job, I held a top secret clearance. I worked for the Army, and I was around a lot of aircraft. It was mostly rotary wing, but I've spent some time around some fixed wing aircraft as well. I didn't work on the aircraft, nor did I fly them. My job was something completely different, but I was around them just about every day that I was at work. Now, that's about all that I can say about what I did because of the nature of my job. I know what kind of rotary wing aircraft it is without even seeing it. I've been around them so much that I know what kind of aircraft it is, what type it is just by the sound of it. So I know how to tell the difference between a fixed wing and a rotary wing. I know the sounds they make, and I definitely know what they look like. And what I saw didn't look like anything like either one of those two types of aircraft. Now, second, I live about 20 minutes away from the Nashville International Airport. My home is almost directly in line with an approach zone and a departure zone, so I've got a lot of airplanes that fly over my home. I mean, a lot. Every day, in fact. Now, they don't fly too low because I live in a rather large subdivision, but I would estimate that the lowest that they fly would be around 1,000 feet. However high or low it is, it's low enough that you can see the black dots where the windows are supposed to be, and you can see the wings of the plane, you can see the tail, you can see the engines, and you can definitely hear the engines as well. I see all sizes of passenger planes pretty much every day, so I know what they look like and I know what they sound like. The point I'm trying to make is I've been around a lot of aircraft of all types for a lot of years, and what I saw wasn't a conventional aircraft. Whatever it was flying a little lower than what these passenger planes fly in their approach and departure zones, and it was flying way too slow for one of those big planes to fly. I would think that if a passenger plane was flying at that slow of a rate of speed, that it would literally just fall right out of the sky. What I saw was definitely as big as a passenger plane, and it was white in color, but that's where the similarities begin and end. It was shaped like a cigar, and it was initially flying way too slow for a passenger plane to safely fly. It had no windows that I could see, it had no wings or tail, and it made no sound at all. Now, even though I didn't have eyes on it whenever it disappeared, it did it so fast that any human that would have been in that object, in that UFO or whatever it was, anybody that would have been in that thing would have been crushed by the G-force generated by the acceleration. So that's it. That's my story. It's not some amazing UFO story. I didn't get abducted. I don't have any missing time. I don't suffer from any physical or psychological effects from it or anything like that. I simply saw something that I can't explain. I don't know what it was, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't a conventional aircraft. That I know for a fact. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story. I'd love to know what you or any of your listeners think about it. Thank you.
My name is Montserrat Panetta. Friends call me Monsi, and I've had what appears to be a lifelong relationship with unidentified flying objects. I was born in Chile in 1961. My father had received a prestigious Rockefeller Scholarship, which allowed my family to move to the States while he attended university. Upon receiving his master's and PhD, a doctorate in veterinary medicine, we returned back home to the Los Rios region of Valdivia, where my family owned a ranch. On the evening of my first event, my extended family had gathered for a reunion celebrating our return. After dinner that evening, some of us gathered outside, and because there was no electricity, the remote landscape was pitch black. Suddenly, a light was noticed through the tree line near the river's edge, traveling and weaving, while simultaneously our two dogs began barking quite loudly and taking off toward it. I heard an adult in the group wonder out loud who might be coming to visit. They assumed it was a car, but oddly that wouldn't make sense as there was only one road in and it was nowhere near the river. Unexpectedly, a bright light appeared overhead, our group mesmerized, looking up. No one said a word, no sound, just the stillness of the night and a sense of something huge looming overhead. It slowly took off, its bright light shining across hundreds of acres. I stood by the barn along with other children, watching in awe as this event unfolded. My siblings and parents would each later recall being in different parts of the homestead that night. Interestingly, no one could figure out who the other mysterious children were. We heard on the car radio as we headed home that some fishermen a few miles away had encountered an unexplained object the same night. Our family never discussed it until years later, after other events unfolded. Many strange synchronicities would occur over the years, especially after we came back to the States in the late 60s. Fast forward to the early morning of January 2007. After 20-plus successful years in corporate, I now had the privilege of being a stay-at-home mom. And that particular January morning, like clockwork, I walked my two children down the long driveway in the dark to await the school bus. As they chatted among themselves looking in the opposite direction, I was mesmerized by a sphere now weaving and floating towards us. It was softly glowing inside. It was about the size of a basketball, and it was traveling only a few feet above the road toward me and below the tree line. It was quiet, and oddly I was calm, except for the rush of adrenaline I now sensed flowing through my veins. It felt conscious, and yet I was not afraid. In fact, my feelings were one of recognition of it. Yet this had never happened before. It began to dematerialize as soon as the school bus strolled in. I watched it cloak, traveling over the bus toward the front pasture as my kids were boarding, and it floated over my neighbor Don's roof, and it disappeared. Back inside the house I went, and well rested from the previous night's sleep, I usually would have 20 or more chores to do, and yet, perhaps in shock, I felt suddenly the urge to go lie down for a nap. I awoke 4 hours later to a sound unlike anything I had ever heard. The glass windows throughout the house were rattling loudly to the vibration of what sounded like a military helicopter above my roof. I bolted up, disoriented, and ran downstairs to look, but now there was complete silence. Several hours later, kids back from school and were hanging out in the den when suddenly that helicopter sound began again. My windows are rattling, and by this point I'm pissed off. I'm wondering why some idiot in a helicopter is flying so close to my roof. I felt like my windows were going to break, and so I run outside. But again, nothing was there, and the sound had stopped. I'm confused and really trying hard to process what is happening. Later that evening, out to dinner with my husband, I share these odd events as the kids are playing nearby. And on our return home, while everyone else is upstairs getting ready for bed, I'm in the kitchen prepping our lunches. And as I stand by the island facing a different pasture that is behind my pool fence, a light of some kind is now traveling slowly along the fence line, and it's just a few feet off the ground. It's very luminous, and I watch it in between the fence crack. I step outside quietly, and I go in to investigate. Again, the sound of a helicopter above, and yet it's pitch dark. And nothing else. I don't understand what's going on. Up until that night, I had never been interested in, nor had I pursued anything related to the study of UFOs. I did reach out to MUFON on this one occasion after the event of 2007, and I was informed that 3 other cases within a few miles of my home had actually been reported on the same day. Now, while traveling in Peru a couple years later, in fact in 2009, I had sensed their presence. I began to shoot video, but it would be several years later when trying to transfer that video format to another device that I discovered that I had a UFO in my shot. The picture is proof of UFO being real, and it is pinned on my @MysticMonsi Twitter account. I've always felt guided and protected, and even more so now, as I on any given day or night do sense their presence, and I do see their craft often. It is always benevolent for me. It has brought me deeper and a more profound connection to God, and I'm really feeling blessed anytime I see them in our skies.
Hello everyone, Stephen Lloyd here. I've been invited to talk about my UFO experience back in the early 90s. I was 19 or 20 at the time, and I was attending BAC College in Granite City, Illinois. Before all this happened, I was a skeptic. I'd always been a skeptic. I never believed in such things, even though I'm a huge fan of the original 3 Star Wars movies and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But I didn't believe, like millions of other people out there who have a hard time believing UFOs exist, other planets with life forms on them exist. But I am a firm believer sitting here today and tell you that they do exist. But in the early 90s, I was sitting at an intersection waiting for the light to change, and I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. And I thought it was a blimp or a balloon of some sort, a hot air balloon. And as it got closer, I realized it was moving way too quick to be either one of those. And then it came into view so clear at one point that I realized that I'd never seen anything like it before in my life. It was a silver ball, about the size, probably about the size of a tractor trailer maybe. It passed over the intersection and made no noise whatsoever when it crossed. people started honking their horns, letting other people know what was going on, but I already knew what was going on, and it was exciting. My heart was beating so fast that I could hardly accept what was going on, because I'd been a skeptic the whole time, my whole life up until that point. And as it silently made its way over the intersection, heading toward Granite City, Illinois, about 4 miles down the road, I'd say probably about maybe a minute and a half after it crossed over, there were 3, maybe 4 fighter jets following it. Of course, we didn't see these jets until they were right up on us. And man, they were loud, passing over. And I'm in this silver ball and these jets chasing it. They were probably about 30 feet above the lights. They were flying pretty damn low. And I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know, I had a guy roll down his window next to me, and he's like, "Did you see that shit?" And we were both laughing and just carrying on like it was the best thing in the world, you know. And I don't know if the guy across from me believed in them before this, but I know I didn't. And the light changed back to red. Of course, most of us missed, you know, a chance to go, but we just could not believe what we had seen. When I got over to the college, I got in class, I started telling all my classmates, "Man, you're not going to believe what I just saw." And of course, they didn't believe me. I wouldn't have believed me either. You know, I thought it was kind of funny that at one time I would have been them, you know, not believing someone. But we're not alone in this galaxy. We're definitely not alone. You know, the world, the galaxy, we cannot be the only ones, you know, having a life. There's got to be other worlds out there that we have not even come close to seeing. You know, there's just no way. Of course, I told my parents when I got home, and at the time I was still living there with them, and they didn't believe me either. My little brother thought, "You got a kick out of it." He was a little younger than me. I just knew there was going to be something on the news about it. There had to be. It was, you know, there had to be something aired about the sighting. But after a week, nothing. There was no reports about it or nothing else. And I was too young to think about calling Scott Air Force Base, which is based out past probably about 40 miles out past Fairview Heights, Illinois. I didn't call them. You know, I guess, you know, thinking about it now, they probably would have lied and said that I was crazy. There was nothing out there. Of course, there had to have been something out there to have their jets out there, the Air Force chasing it. It was just a memorable experience that I will never forget. It changed my whole outlook on everything. Just one of those things that you dwell on. You don't talk too much about it, you know, but because people think you're crazy. Of course, people think you're crazy have never seen anything, not yet, but in their life. But it was memorable. It was exciting. It was an adrenaline rush, and I'm glad I was there to see it all go down. I just thought it was just absolutely amazing. And it will change your life. It'll change your whole outlook on what you think, you know. And I've always said this too. Human beings have been on this planet for millions of years. And you can't tell me that in the last 120 years we've come up with what we've come up with today. It's like, why didn't they come out with this stuff millions of years ago? Planes, automobiles, things like that. Something's behind it. There was some intelligence that got to somebody and started teaching them, you know. And it's just weird that we've come as far as we have, in what we have today, computers, cars, airplanes, computers where, about the size of your thumbnail, even smaller. Where did all the technology come from? That's something to think about. Did it come from outer space? Could be. But that is my story about my first UFO encounter. And maybe one of these days I'll have another one. Who knows?
It's July 18th, 2020. About 11 o'clock at night, my wife and I came out to take some pictures of Comet Neowise before it was gone. We're sitting in the backyard, facing north towards the comet. We have a few acres here. There's a 20-acre farm field behind our house. That's surrounded by a ridge line of trees. And we're sitting in chairs. We had just got done taking pictures. And I see off to my left, which is the west, a bright light. I thought it was like a little blue beam, but I credit that to being the reflection off my glasses, just the way it was. I don't know if there was an actual beam or not. But anyways, I look off to my left and I'm like, what is that bright light? I see this light that's shining through the trees as it's moving, kind of the way sunlight does with leaves and stuff. But so I get up out of my chair and I walk north a little ways, and I'm watching this light as it's just coming. I don't know how else to say it, but it's coming, flying towards us. Well, it's south of us actually, but it's coming along the tree line in the sky. And I think maybe 5-10 seconds went by, and I'm like, oh crap, grab the camera, film this. So I went and got my camera, and I'm starting to film it, and it's just going over. It's not making a sound. It's not doing anything remarkable. It's just going. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's different. So I filmed it. It went out of sight because we were lost in the trees off to the east of us. And put the camera down. I pull out my phone because I'm going to check flight radar. It's an app you can get. It shows you all the location of any aircraft in the sky around you. Gives you their altitude, speed, heading, whatnot. And I'm curious, what kind of aircraft was that? And there's no aircraft in our area according to that app. Nothing. And I know in the video the light looks purplish, but it was a low light camera. Psionics Aurora is the type of camera. It's like a digital night vision type. It's a poor man's night vision because I only paid like $300 for it, maybe a little more. And but to the naked eye, it looked like a pure, beautiful white light, just intense white light with maybe a tinge of blue to it. Well, okay, a good analogy is a welder's arc. It looked like when you look over at somebody that's welding, it looked like that. Just bright white with a little bit of blue. So I go inside the house after that. I'm like, asked my wife, did you see it? She's like, no. She never got up to look. She now regrets that. She wishes she would have. But I go in the house and I look at the clock and it's 11:33. So I upload it from the camera to my computer and I watch it a couple times. I'm like, man, that is really interesting. I know it wasn't the ISS. I know it wasn't a Chinese lantern, because Chinese lantern, you see the fire at the bottom of it. You can see the light gradient, the intensity of the light's different. It's all at the bottom, even though the whole lantern's lit up. If it was a drone, I'm an avid drone pilot myself. I'd like to see that person's setup. Because one, I didn't hear it, and I can hear mine at 400 feet. And two, the battery system or battery setup, the weight that would require to be that intense of a light, I would have heard the props on that drone. Because it would have had to have some serious batteries and weight to be able to be that bright. I'm not saying it's aliens, I'm saying I don't know what it was. That's all I'm saying. I eventually got a hold of Columbus Approach out of Columbus, the air traffic control tower, and asked them if they had any radar returns on an aircraft that flew over a house at that time. The guy was wondering why I'm asking that question. I didn't really want to say, hey, I saw a bright ball of light fly over my house. I was just saying an aircraft. Eventually I had to tell him it was a bright ball of light, and I'm sure he thought, oh great, I get all these weirdos on a Monday. I described what it was. He didn't really sound interested until I said I had it on video. He asked for a copy of the video. I sent him a copy of the video. And he asked for then I got an email asking for a detailed report on it. Sent that to him. I'm sure I'm leaving things out here. I'm trying not to. Didn't hear back from him for a couple days. I emailed him again, and he asked for my mailing address or home address, and that made me a little nervous because I like my privacy. I really don't want people coming and knock on my door. But I gave it to him because I figured, screw it, what the hell. So I gave it to him. He said he was going to send me a letter. He never has. I did file a Freedom of Information request for the radar returns out of Columbus between the hours of 10:45 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. of that night. We'll see where it goes. As far as how it made me feel, I felt really calm. And I don't know, it felt like I was meant to see it. I know it sounds stupid. I don't get it. It was just, I felt like I was meant to see that at that point in time for some reason. And why? I don't know. It was like a very, I don't want to say personal experience because damn, anyone look up at sky could have seen that thing, but I don't know how to describe it. It just felt different. It felt good. And whatever it was beautiful.
Oh, I saw my second UFO on Thursday. Do you want to hear about that?
Okay, back up. Second?
Welcome to Nooks and Crannies. Maddie here. I'm joined by my speculative and inquisitive co-host, Evan.
I think I wasn't present for the last 2 episodes, but I'm very happy to be back with you, Maddie. Talk to me about these UFOs you're seeing. How are you feeling okay? What's going on here?
Well, yeah, okay, so this is my second one. So I'll tell you the most recent one, and then we'll do the original one, the OG alien sighting. So it was Thursday, about 4 o'clock in the morning. I was like just, drinking my coffee, taking my medicine, getting ready for my paper route, right? Just like, oh God, I hate my life.
That's prime alien hours.
Yeah, well, that's what, it's like with the witching hour, right? Between 3 and 4. So I look off to say a 2 o'clock position, like on a clock, and I see a band of 6 to 7 lights. It was an odd number, in a vertical kind of orientation, and the streak was slightly curved, like if the butt end of the C was pointing to the right, I guess, just a little bit. And there was a smoky trail going off the back of it. And as I was looking at it, it would turn, say, 10 degrees to the left and then turn 10 degrees to the right and kind of do a little bit of a around its center kind of swivel. And very kind of slowly, but too fast for conventional aircraft. And at that point, I was like, this is crazy. I'm just going to stare at this and take it all in, right? At that point, I'm like, oh no. Because I was drinking my morning coffee at 4 in the morning. I'm like, oh no, I had to take a shit. And I had to run inside. Because honestly, man, if I didn't clench, it was coming out. I almost crapped my pants just from the coffee and being almost 40.
Oh, you don't have to describe the sensation. I know it well. Oh, I think we've all been there.
So I come rushing back from the bathroom, please still be there, because it was moving slow enough then there wasn't any houses kind of obstructing its path. And I come out and look where it should be, maybe 3 inches to the right, and it's just gone. What do you think about that?
Well, it's got me wondering, do you think lights on a UFO, are they A, used for navigation, B, used to identify whatever things they need to see, or C, is it just the byproduct? Because you'd think if alien crafts came over, they wouldn't need lights for navigatory purposes. They'd probably have better stuff going on now. So what's the lights? What are they doing with these lights on?
Well, maybe it's D. They just want to be noticed.
Oh, it's a peacocking type thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I would like to believe, because, I'm like quite the believer. So yeah, I saw that, and it was like the other thing that I was thinking, like, I live on Vancouver Island, so there's a Canadian Forces base nearby and a U.S. Forces base like across the channel of water there. But I mean, I've seen their like really kind of like borderline classified helicopters going by, and they're loud as shit. This thing was dead silence, and it was moving quickly. Like, it was rather large. I would say, like, if I was looking at it, it was 1.5 to 2 inches, sort of from top to bottom. But it seemed like closer, but maybe also further away. And it was spooky, man. And there was like a contrail behind it as well. So, like, I don't know if that's just like an atmospheric thing. I've seen meteors and things, up in the Okanagan and what have you. It wasn't that. And the band of lights was like 7, and it was in a line, and it looked like kind of a C.
Well, I mean, it would be the year for that, if we're about to find out some horrifying, shocking details about the cosmic scale of things. This would be the year we find that out. So that's your most recent sighting, but you said your second sighting. So let's hear about the first one. This is news to me.
Yeah, I keep this a little bit quiet, but not as quiet as I keep the fact that I have ESP. Do you know that? All right, so the first one was like 10 years ago, right? I was off camping in a cabin in the woods, believe it or not, in Boston Bar with some buddies. And, like, it was late at night. It was probably like 2:30, crystal clear sky. For whatever reason, me and my buddy Johnny were just lying on like the logging road that like kind of abates the kind of cabins there in Boston Bar, and just looking at the stars as you do late night camping. And I had been drinking, but not excessively. It was a bunch of my Muslim friends, so like I don't go nuts when I camp with them. Smoking weed, but like I smoke it medicinally, so that if anything, it just makes me more clear-headed. Believe me, folks. And so I wasn't like hammered or anything and like the world spinning or anything like this. And I'm just lying there with Johnny. We're like, wow, the stars are crazy, man. This is awesome. And you're seeing some shooting stars and stuff like this. And from like the right corner of our eye, we see this dot that is moving pretty quickly from one edge of the horizon all the way over. It stops at the tree that is blocking our view. No shit, Evan. It goes up, to the left, down, and then just continues off to the left. Like, it was like, that's what I'm thinking, like, they want to be seen. And we were just like chatting, and then as soon as I noticed it, I just went quiet, and he went quiet, and we, without saying anything to each other, eyes were locked on this thing, and it went by, and I looked at him, I'm like, bro, did you see that? And he's like, yeah, man. I'm like, that wasn't no like shooting star, right? It was like a circle that was much like more diameter than a pinhole. It'd be like almost like if you went halfway down on the tip of a pencil, like about that big, right? And it did that move around the tree, and I'm like, I've never seen anything do that. It's not a satellite either. I've seen satellites and they just go in a single trajectory across your field of vision. They don't make a fucking upwards left hand and then a downwards turn and then another left and go around a tree just so they can be seen, right? And as we're chatting about this, we hear behind us like that. Not a bear, bro. A fucking cougar. Like, you do not typically hear cougars, and then it goes and it comes like tumbling down this hill because there's like a bit of a slope behind us, forested, thank God, and it comes like barrel-assing down this hill. We're like, cougar, and we book it into the cabin, lock the door, like throw the chair under the handle and everything. There's like 4 of our buddies out around the campfire. We're like, oh shit, guys, come in, it's a cougar. And so just like on Thursday when I almost shit myself, and here we almost got eaten by a cougar. So it's weird, like when I view UFOs, it's like a moment before extreme danger.
I can't imagine that the extent of what exists happens to exist within our sensory perceptive fields. So when you see stuff like that, who the hell knows, you know? I am no rational skeptic in terms of these types of things. I want to believe, and I believe.
Well, I certainly got that belief reinforced on Thursday. Now, this is the kicker. This is the real kicker. Out of nowhere, this guy, Ryan Sprague, who's like a UFO guy, he's kind of like Rob from Our Strange Skies, but he has like TV shows and a YouTube channel that's really popular and all this sort of stuff. He sends me a direct message, and I'm like, Ryan Sprague, I know that name. And he's like, hey, I saw your comment on Rob's post, which was like 8 months ago, right? I commented like, hey, I've seen a UFO. Like, you want me to come out and tell the story, Rob? And he just reached out that day at like 7 a.m. and I saw the UFO at 4 a.m. out of nowhere.
Whoa.
So I'm going to clip this up and send it over to Ryan for sure.
Oh, there's some bizarre serendipity going on there.
I think so. It's a little creepy, but it's also like, because of my ESP, I'm like, well, I know they're there, so it's just kind of fun that I got to see another one. Like, I didn't think that would happen. I thought I would just get to see one. So here's to many more.
Hey Ryan, it's Allie from Jersey. Messaged you a couple days ago. I think I'm ready to share my encounter. So this happened maybe about 8-9 years ago. So I had a friend over who was a ex-coworker, and he was really close with my aunt. My aunt lives literally like 2 streets down from me. So when he stopped by to visit, I asked him like, hey, you want to go visit my aunt, say what's up? He was down for it. So we walked down the street to my aunt's house. It was probably like spring fallish in the evening, because the sky kind of had that pretty cotton candy, pinky, purpley, bluish kind of look. Like the sun was kind of setting a little bit. So for whatever reason, we were standing in the middle of the street talking instead of like in my aunt's yard or on the sidewalk. So anyway, we're standing in the middle of the street, and towards the end of our conversation, we're getting ready to say our goodbyes, and we all just happened to look up and to the left of where we were standing, and there were these 3 like white circular glowing spheres. They almost looked like when the moon is full, how it has that glow. There was 3 of them in a triangular shape, just kind of off in the distance. And at first we were kind of like, what the hell is that? Like, it just looked weird. And they were bright enough to where up against the sky they stood out pretty well. So we're just standing there for a while trying to figure out what it is. They weren't moving or anything, and my first thought was like, oh, weather balloons. But they just didn't, something was just off. They just didn't look like weather balloons. So as we're standing there trying to figure out what it was, one of them, it was almost like they had a string hanging from the bottom, and they were like tethered to the ground, because they were just like kind of just stuck in place. And one by one, it was like someone just cut the string and they just started to release into the air. And we're kind of just standing there like, the hell is that? And as they're like floating up into the sky, like they were staying like same distance apart, like they weren't like bobbing or anything. They just shot straight up, but slow enough to where we were like, the hell is going on? And as they were going up into the sky, we kind of looked further back into the sky, and we noticed there were probably like 20 more of these spheres that we just didn't notice the first time, because the 3, like, you kind of couldn't tell how far they were, because first glance they looked kind of close, but as we were kind of focusing in on them, they were kind of far out there. So when we seen all these other spheres that were like glowing, like all these little moons just kind of shooting up into the sky, like I'm getting goosebumps now just thinking about it. But there were like 20 other ones, and they all just like, when the first 3 kind of released and started to shoot up, the other ones just followed after it, and we were just kind of stuck. I don't remember there being any kind of sound, and we were kind of close to a busy road, so you can typically hear cars and horns and all of that, but we didn't hear anything. We just heard each other, and it was like just dead silence all around us, and we were just standing there looking at these globes, these glowing globes just shoot up into the sky, and it was the weirdest, craziest, warmest kind of feeling. I don't know. It was just bizarre. So from listening to your podcast and listening to other encounters or stories that you've told or people that you've had on your podcast, I truly think it was something from another world. And it was like those three globes were like it felt like they were kind of just there watching us, just like peeping the scenery. And then when we kind of looked up and noticed them and tried to like piece together what they were like, oh shit, gotta go, and just kind of released up into the sky. If it wasn't for all of those other ones, and there were so many, if it wasn't for all of those other ones, I probably just would have chalked it up to some weird shit in Jersey, like who knows. But because there were so many other ones, we kind of just stood there and was like, what the fuck? And just gave each other that awkward stare and was like, you know what? I think it's time to go. And we just my aunt went back to her house. Me and my friend walked up the street. He jumped in his car and left. And we just never spoke about it since. But from listening to your wonderful podcast, it's kind of brought that moment back up. And I've really, really been thinking about what it could possibly be. So I'm not sure what it was. It feels like and seems like something unworldly. I would love to hear what you think. So yeah, thank you for the podcast. I love it, and you're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Hi, my name is Troy Peasley. I'm 43 years old. I'm a security officer, and I work in Toowoomba, Queensland, Australia. I'd like to share with you guys a story that happened to me a very long time ago. I was 12 years old, so I guess I'll start from the beginning. When I was younger, my mother would take myself and my little brother on holidays to see my cousins, and they lived in Redcliffe. Now, Redcliffe is north of Brisbane, and we'd go there whenever we had the chance. Usually it'd be on like school holidays, and there's a whole heap of cousins around Redcliffe. This specific time we were up seeing my cousins in Redcliffe, and I don't know about you guys, but every time I got with my cousins, we would run amok, as kids do. We were very active kids. I know if that's just a nice way of saying that we were little delinquents, but I don't think we were. Anyway, this one particular night, my mother was, she'd get together with all my aunties, and they would play cards and whatnot, have a few drinks, while all of us kids would basically run amok. Now, I think it was around 10 o'clock at night. It may have been my idea, I'm not sure. My cousins were a couple of years younger than me, so it probably was my idea. But I wanted to go exploring. Now, Redcliffe, where they lived, was right probably a 5 to 7 minute walk to the Redcliffe beach, which is where we spent most of our time when we were visiting my cousins. So it was about 10 o'clock at night. My aunties and mum were busy, so I thought, okay, let's go for a little wander. And we were pretty mischievous, and we were causing havoc. We were throwing stones and just being little rascals. So yeah, but we finally got to the beach, and anyone who knows Redcliffe Beach, it's a beautiful stretch of beach. It was 10 o'clock at night. It was clear weather. It was a beautiful spring weather. I guess it would have been about 27 degrees. don't hold me to that, but it was a warm night, I remember that. And as we were walking, one of my cousins, there was about 4 of us all up on this particular night, and my cousin Sean looked up and he said, "Oh, look, a shooting star." And, you know, we'd seen hundreds of shooting stars, but anyway, we all looked up, and as we were watching the shooting star, now it come down just like a shooting star would, and so we were watching it, but all of a sudden this, what we thought at the time was a shooting star, it changed direction and it come towards us, and it started to slow down, and it looked like a yellow object. But I know this doesn't sort of make sense, but you could tell that it was like a metallic object. I know that sounds whatever, but I just remember it. You could tell that it was like had a metallic base to it. It was very bright. It was mostly like a yellowish colour, or even a goldish colour. It was sort of like a ball, like a bright ballish colour. Ball object with a goldish yellow colour to it. Now, as it started to slow, it actually stopped, and it started to rotate in a circular motion, like it started to go around in circles. Okay? And then it stopped again, and it went on. The only way I can describe it is it went on its side. It shifted its axis, if that makes sense. It went on its side, and then in a blink of an eye, it shot up on an angle, but the fastest thing you could imagine, like turning off a light switch, it was that quick, and it was gone. And it did leave like I don't know whether it was because of the speed or whether it was an actual some type of fuel, or whether it was that quick that it left like a reflection or a light behind it. But thinking back now and talking to my cousin, like we're in our 40s, and our story has never changed. And I remember that night we were that excited. Like we were excited, but a little, I don't know, I wouldn't call it scared, but weirded out, I guess would be something I would describe. Like we were weirded out, like, you know, what the hell was that sort of a thing. But we were that excited and, I don't know, weirded out that we ran home to tell our parents, and we burst through the door, and we didn't even think that, hey, we snuck out. So we burst through the door and told our aunties and my mother, and the only thing that they were concerned about at the time was us sneaking out. So we were punished and sent to bed. But the next day, my auntie, one of my aunties, wanted to know what we saw, and we described what we saw and told her about it. And for days, I remember her going through newspapers and news reports, seeing if anything had been reported, and there was nothing. Now, many years on, every time I get with my cousins, that's the first thing we talk about, is what we saw that night. And I can tell you now that I have researched UFOs ever since that moment, and I can tell you it definitely wasn't a meteorite, it wasn't a comet, it wasn't a weather balloon, it wasn't a plane, it wasn't a jet, it wasn't Venus. It was something that I have never seen again, and it was definitely a UFO. One of my cousins is now in the Air Force, and as you can imagine, I ask a lot of questions, but he doesn't say too much. He keeps that sort of what he saw to himself, as you know, you can imagine. But my other cousin, that we know what we saw that night, and it was definitely it was a UFO. So thank you for listening to me, and thank you for letting me share my story.
My name is Alex, and I live in Staten Island, New York. This happens like a year ago. I was coming home from work. It was like 5-6 p.m. And as I was walking to the back door, something shiny caught my eye in the sky that looked like a shape of a disc. And it looked like the sun was reflecting right through it because it was so shiny that looked like a fireball. But it wasn't moving, it was just static, never moved from that position. It didn't make no sound at all. This thing was like there, just static, like for several minutes. I was so in shock that to see this that I couldn't even take out my phone. That would be the first reaction, to start recording. But it's just, I was so in shock that I couldn't do it. I couldn't move. And the first thing that came in my mind was to tell my wife. As soon as I turned around and I opened the door to tell her, when I looked back, that thing was gone. It just disappeared. Didn't make no sound. No, nothing. I didn't hear anything. And as I told my wife about what I seen, she didn't want to believe me. And funny thing that after my experience, the next day or two, she experienced it too while she was playing outside with my 2 kids. And she said that the weird thing is that they try to record a video with her cell phone, and this UFO or whatever it is, they couldn't record it with any cell phone at the house. They try to get their nephews outside because that thing, the UFO, it lasted for several minutes, and she had the chance to go back inside and tell her nephews to come outside, and they were able to see it too. And as soon as they tried to record it with their cell phone, they couldn't get nothing on camera. That's the weirdest thing, that they were all in shock. They were pointing at it with their cell phones, but they couldn't get no image, no video, no nothing. And until this day, we don't know what we saw. And we come to a conclusion that this must be some really high technology from somewhere else. Because, again, we never seen anything like this before.
Hi, my name's Daniel Custer. Most people call me Dan. I'm just recording about my UFO sighting that I had back in 1993. It was also witnessed by myself and my parents. It occurred in a little town approximately 65 kilometres or about 40 miles southwest of Sydney, Australia. I have previously reported it to MUFON. It was investigated actually by the National Director for MUFON Australia in New Zealand, who just by chance happened to have grown up in the same little town that I grew up in, just on the outskirts of Sydney, and he actually had a UFO sighting there himself in the 70s. My sighting was in 1993. It occurred on the 6th of April 1993. It was 27 and a half years ago. And even though it was a long time ago, I did write down the events of the sighting not long after, just so I would have a record of it for myself, because it was an extraordinary event. And I know how time fades memory, so I wanted to keep a record of what exactly occurred that night. It's basically the same report that I filed with MUFON years later and the one I am sharing with you now. So it occurred at approximately just after 9 p.m. or around 9 p.m. on this 6th of April 1993. I was sitting in the lounge room of my parents' house watching TV. My parents were sitting in the back room, the back living room, watching TV in that room, so they were sitting in another room to me. A little bizarre in that I was sitting there watching TV, wide awake 1 minute, so this was probably at about maybe, 5 to 9 or something that night, and from 1 second to the next I basically just started feeling this overwhelming sense of tiredness and fatigue, like I was about to drop asleep then and there, and so that was unusual, as I was wide awake 1 second earlier, and I just had this overwhelming feeling of tiredness that I needed to get to bed. And so I went to bed, and I was laying in bed. My bedroom faced out to the backyard, so I had a window that looked out to the backyard. And my bed was basically below the window, so I was laying in bed on my side facing away from the window. And even though I'd felt this overwhelming sense of tiredness which drove me to bed, I was laying there awake for probably 10 or 15 minutes when suddenly, I don't know why, but for some reason I felt this urge to just turn around. Then I turned around and looked out the window, and what I saw was basically this craft which was completely soundless. And as I turned around and looked out the window, and all I could see was this craft just basically moving from the house. It was just moving from the house over to the backyard as I looked out the window. So I just saw this craft drifting over the backyard. It was this silver metallic coloured craft, round, typical what you would describe as a flying saucer, I suppose. Look, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Basically, I recall turning around a couple of times and then looking back out the window because I thought I was seeing things, and once I established that I was wide awake and that I wasn't seeing things and this thing was there, I went running out to my parents, basically to the kitchen window. So my parents were sitting in the living room beside the kitchen, but the room they were sitting in, they had the shutters down so they couldn't see out the window. So I came running out saying basically, look, there's something over the backyard and it looks like a UFO or something, come and have a look, and my parents came out to the kitchen where I was standing at that point at the kitchen window, and all three of us saw this thing, and I remember telling my mum to go and get the camera, but being 1993, we didn't have cell phones or cameras in our pockets or whatever, we basically had a camera with, cameras back then took film, so we had a camera, but we didn't have film, and we didn't own a video camera. So, we couldn't photograph this thing, so I wanted to get a closer look at this thing, so I decided to go out to the backyard. I remember my mum saying something along the lines of, don't go out there, you might get abducted, and I basically just laughed and kept going and went out to the backyard, and my dad followed me out, and so the two of us were basically standing there in the backyard, and just as I walked out to the backyard, followed by my dad, maybe 5 or 10 seconds later, this thing started to move off slowly, so it just started to slowly fly off. As I said, completely soundless, made no noise whatsoever, was approximately 10 to 15 meters in diameter, so that's maybe 30 to 40 feet in diameter. Probably from bottom to top of the craft, 2 to 3 meters high, so what's that, 6 to 8 feet. And it was probably only, I would say, 15 to 20 meters or 45 to 60 feet above us, so it was very close sighting. All three of us described having seen the exact same thing. It definitely looked like a structured, manufactured craft. So your typical silver metallic coloured disc-shaped UFO, I guess. It had a long rectangular red light with two square white lights on each side of the red light on the back of the craft. Definitely didn't see any windows or portholes or anything on the craft, and didn't see any dome on top of it, so just a silver disc-shaped craft with lights on the back. And as we went out to the backyard, it started to fly off slowly in probably in first an easterly, then more of a northeasterly direction, gaining in height and speed the further it got away. How does that make me feel, the whole sighting thing? Well, prior to this sighting, I can't say I had a great interest in UFOs. I mean, I'd obviously heard of them, seen the movies and all that sort of stuff like anyone. My mum was obviously influenced by that as well. I mean, her comment, "Don't go out there, you might get abducted," pretty much says it all. You know, I guess we're conditioned to think that these things are extraterrestrial through TV and media, but prior to that I personally had no interest in UFOs. I guess, I mean, I was 17 at the time, and I wouldn't say I was a disbeliever, but I wasn't a believer. I was sort of like, you know, they could exist, but who knows? And I'd never put much more thought into it than that at that point in my life. My dad, complete skeptic, doesn't believe in aliens visiting Earth, anything like that. I will admit that since the sighting, I developed a keen interest in the topic for a while, and I read books about it, and I did start leaning towards the extraterrestrial hypothesis myself, but I never 100% have believed in what UFOs are, and they could be many different things. And to this day, I don't claim to know what we saw that night. I did lean towards the extraterrestrial hypothesis for a long time, but would never say with 100% certainty. My dad takes the correct position in saying, I mean, he acknowledges having seen it still to this day, but he's always taken the correct position in saying, I don't know what it was. And truth be told, I don't know what it was either. It's changed my life in the sense that, I mean, since then I have had an interest in UFOs. I've also had more of an interest just in the universe in general. And even though I can't say what it was, I have to say that the more I learn about this topic, the less I seem to know about it, because there is just such a wealth of information out there and so many people with different opinions. But all I can say is I don't know what it was other than a UFO, which is exactly what that stands for, an unidentified flying object. It has changed my life in that it's definitely made me interested in them, and I would love to know before I die what the hell we saw that night and what UFOs are, and are they different things, or can they, I mean, yeah, I just want, it's basically put me on a lifelong search for answers. Not that it's consumed my entire life. I don't, you know, just read UFO books or study the subject or whatever, but I have had an interest ever since then, and that interest has definitely rekindled a lot more over the last few years. That's been getting a lot more mainstream media attention again. Yeah, so that's my story. Thanks for listening.
My name is Jack. I live in Norfolk, Virginia currently. I'm nearly 50 years old. In the late 70s, I'm 8 or 9 years old at the time, and we're shopping at a strip mall. My mom's in the inside the grocery store. My dad, my brother, and I are in the car. I'm in the back seat with a Matchbox car, and I'm playing with it in the back window of my dad's Ford Galaxy. I don't know if you know, but those things can be good size, especially the back windows. Anyway, I'm playing with the car in the back, on the back windowsill, and I look up in the sky, and I see what I think at first is a hot air balloon, like the Goodyear blimp. And I'm looking, and I get all excited, tell my dad and brother. My brother's 2-3 years old at the time, so he has no clue. My dad's in the front seat. He goes, yeah, okay, whatever. So I keep looking, and a couple of seconds after I see it, I realize there's no gondola on the bottom. Okay, so it's not a blimp. Then what is it? As it continues, it's passed through my field of view, which is framed by the building to my left and a clump of trees on my right. I see that it's smooth, not like a blimp. It's completely smooth. And I notice something. It looks like a mirror because it's reflecting the sky. And I swear to you, I can see the rare cloud that is up there. I can see it reflect off this thing, whatever it is. And the thing just keeps going. There's no contrail. There's no anything being left behind. So I'm thinking to myself, what is this? And I continue to watch it. I'm just watching this thing. I have no idea what it is. And I continue to watch it. And the only thing that I can compare it to in terms of what I've seen of UFO stuff since this, the closest thing is the New Mexico sheriff, the one that had the encounter in the desert. I can't remember his name or the city he's from at the time. But anyway, it continues across my field of view, and then about halfway through, I see two jets giving chase. They must have been scrambled out of NES Langley or whatever. So I'm continuing to watch this thing happen, and I take a brief look around, and I don't see hardly anybody seeing this. So I continue to look up, and the thing was moving fairly slowly to my knowledge. At the time, it was moving across the sky. And this thing, once I see the jets come into view, it looked like it sped up. That's the only way I can explain it. It looked like it might have sped up. Because by the time the jets get a quarter of the way through my field of view, this thing is already getting ready to disappear behind the buildings. And I'm thinking to myself, what is this? And I get all excited. I get hyped up like I've had like 50 things of sugar or something. 50 pieces of candy or something back then. And I'm hyped. I'm going, Dad, did you see what I see? And he's in the front seat. He can't see out the back. So he has no idea what I'm talking about. And he has no interest of getting out of the car to look. And my little brother's in his car seat, so he has no way to know what's going on other than what I'm telling him. And before the airplanes get too far into my field of view, the thing's already gone. Now, a couple of things. First off, it was teardrop shaped, so that the teardrop, the pointed end, is moving forward. It looked absolutely smooth. No seams on it whatsoever. And also, like I said, it looked like it was a mirror finish on the bottom of it, because it looked like it was reflecting the sky. And for a split second, I thought I could see something that would be akin to maybe trying to reflect the sun off of it. But it was just briefly. Most of it was looking like it was trying to reflect sky. So it looked like it was trying to blend into the sky. And I have no idea what it is. To this day, I don't know. And the only thing that lends any credence to it for me, that makes me think I saw something, is because I saw the planes give chase. Otherwise, I might have put it out of my mind and forgotten all about it. But when the planes started giving chase, I'm going, I'm seeing something real here. I have no idea what it was. It could be alien. It could be man-made. Something that's still to come, or something that we may never get to find out about. Whatever it was like nothing I've ever seen in the sky. I mean, it looked somewhere between a blimp, a teardrop, and a missile. No contrail, no noise except for the planes. This thing did not make a sound. Now, I can speculate for days on what it could be, but bottom line is I have no clue.
Hello people, I'd like to share a story with you, which a UFO story which has happened to myself and my brother around 40 years ago, so it was a long time ago, but the relevance of it has not changed. Briefly, my brother and I witnessed a chase between two hostile craft. The chase resulted in one of those craft crashing into a tree, and a third party was involved. That third party was able to get a close-up look at the craft. It measured around 8 metres long and appeared like a yellow speedboat shape from the underneath. I suppose I'll go into some detail about what my brother and I witnessed. We were quite young at the time, but our house looked over a valley up towards the township of Stirling. At the end of the valley there was a ridge with some pine trees on it, and we knew the valley well. We'd hear cars and helicopters and any other mechanical devices. The sound seemed to echo down the valley. Well, on this particular night, my brother called out and said, "Phil, come and check this out." At the end of the valley, just above the tree line, was a yellow object. It was hovering, wobbling around, then it would resume its hover. And we knew that this was not any ordinary craft, so we were pretty interested. A few minutes later, a red object joined this yellow object, and it was almost had a cartoon-like quality to it. The red object zoomed up to the yellow object, reversed up, and then zoomed up again, as if the yellow occupants had not actually noticed the presence of it. The yellow object took off as fast as a rocket, and the red object followed. So these craft zigzagged across our valley, back and forth, many times in very close pursuit. Sort of like a couple of blowflies, if you've ever watched a couple of blowflies zipping around the sky. They almost operate as if they're on the same brain, because they stay such a close, uniform distance apart. It's quite impressive to watch, and these craft performed like that. Every now and again, the yellow object became stuck, as if it was caught by some invisible force, and it would shake back and forth, and then it would free itself, and the chase would continue. The sort of movements of these craft were nothing like any conventional aircraft could do. The accelerations were instant, so they'd be from a stationary position, get to a speed instantly, and stop, turn, reverse, with no change in velocity at all. So it was like watching ping pong balls bounce off of a wall. They'd obviously overcome the barriers of inertia. There appeared to be no inertia to the movements of these craft. We had enough time to run into our parents' room and try to get them out of bed to come and watch this, but they told us to go back to sleep, so they perhaps didn't believe us. Eventually, the yellow craft had enough of this chase and took off to our right and disappeared behind a hill. That was the end of the event. We didn't see any more chasing, and we didn't see any more craft. The We waited probably for an hour afterwards to see if they'd reappear, but they didn't. All up, the sighting lasted maybe 15 minutes in total. Now, 2 days later, in the paper, another chap had reported on the same night at the same time, hearing a loud crash. He ran out the back of his house, shone the torch into a tree, and saw this yellow object wedged some 30 or 40 metres into the upper branches of this tree. He described it as an 8-metre long yellow speedboat shape from the underside. Now, the craft had knocked off a branch measuring some 30 centimetres in diameter, and had done significant damage to the tree. So it had a pretty significant impact, but it wasn't destroyed. Daryl, the chap who had witnessed this, called the police, and they did turn up, but by the time they turned up, the craft had disappeared. But from my brother's perspective and my own perspective, we knew Daryl was telling the truth, because we had witnessed the same event on the same night at the same time, and where the craft had disappeared to, from our own vision, was where Daryl lived, which was behind that hill. So we knew that the two events, or the two sightings, were the same event. So I guess my reason for bringing this out to public is that I'm hoping to bring the conversation, to move the conversation forward beyond the believe it or not stage. Most of the public still seem unconvinced that we are actually being visited, and from my own perspective, there is no question. These craft were so far beyond the human inventory, especially during the 1980s, when I think the first handheld calculator only came out in 1972 into Australia. So we were still pretty primitive as far as electronic technology went, and these craft performed like nothing that the human inventory had in its possession. So it leaves very little other explanations except to say that these intelligences behind these craft were non-human and likely extraterrestrial. So the question is, or the questions which I would like the conversation to pursue is, what are they doing here? You know, these are important questions. Are they here to help us, or are they here to protect their own interest in the planet? This is the level of conversation that we need to get to, and we need to move beyond the believe it or not stage. I believe that the conversation is very important. The fact that my brother and I witnessed conflict tells us an enormous amount about the makeup of the visitors who are doing stuff on Earth. If there's conflict that still exists within these extraterrestrial groups, then it's likely that self-interest also exists. And this is sort of probably one of the most important parts of the conversation, is that a lot of the conversation seems to be, or a lot of witnesses seem to think that they're here to help us. Well, it may be that these entities are more benevolent than the human race. After all, we're pretty well like Planet of the Apes. We're a bunch of warring tribes. So there's no credits to the human species at all. But whether they're here to help us or protect their own interest is really the big question. I'd hope that you guys consider, from your own experiences, what sort of evidence that you've witnessed personally that will add to this story. And I encourage you guys to bring it out so that we can begin a conversation, because our governments are not. Our institutions are letting us down. They've been in denial as much as most of the general public. So thanks for listening, and I hope I'll speak to you again.
My name is Benedict. I'm 36 years old. I'm originally Icelandic, but I've been living in Norway for the past 30 years. I am also a technology student. I had a pretty crazy experience in 2010. At that point, I was already very into UFOs. I was researching, and I was actually writing a blog about it. I was also into kind of paranormal and kind of occult magic ritual stuff. So I was into something called sigil magic. It's kind of a technique that you use to try to manifest something in your life. And I did this ritual to try to make contact with UFOs or ETs. Sometime after this, I was getting ready to go to work. I was working a night shift at a hotel, so it was late at night. The minute I pulled up my curtains, I could see this glowing object in the sky. I knew straight away that it was something extraordinary, so I looked at it for 1 second, and then I ran out to the driveway. When I got to the driveway, I saw there were 3 of these objects in kind of the same area of the sky. They were just glowing orbs of light, really, kind of golden reddish, very intensely glowing lights. They were moving slowly around the same area, and they were kind of playing with each other. I could see at one time they made a right angle triangle. At 5 different occasions, they kind of powered up this insanely to this insane intensity, like 10 times the intensity that it was originally. And the original intensity was very, very intense also. So they would hold this new intensity for maybe 6 to 9 seconds, and then they would go down again. The power-up sequences made me feel like there was kind of this enormous amount of energy being channeled into our reality, like there was some kind of reservoir being pumped in. It was like all the colors of the spectrum just radiating at once from the point. They were kind of putting on a show for me. One of the things that I remember the best is, they were kind of fading in and out sometimes. It would fade out, and then it would come back into reality. So this maneuver that I remember is one of them would fade in at one place, another one would fade in a little bit above and to the right and move over the first one. And the moment it kind of was just above the first one, the lower one would light up, as I just described, to an insane intensity. Watching the Phenomenon movie, I saw one person describe the UFOs they saw as if they were looking down at a hot coal. This was very similar to what I would describe with these UFOs. It was just a glowing object that was glowing from all directions. So I was actually watching this thing for about 90 minutes in total. I was standing outside in the cold, just watching this, and when they were lighting up, I just kind of I screamed of joy. It was just so intense for me. So the experience ended with 3 military planes, as I identified them as of the type of Hercules planes. They were big propeller-driven planes. They came from the direction behind me. They were flying very low. The middle one flew, I think, maybe about 500 meters straight above my head, and they were going in the direction of these lights, these objects. The middle plane that flew over my head flew in a straight line in a collision course towards one of the stationary UFOs, and it flew extremely close to it. I was standing on the ground there, and I was afraid that it was going to crash into it. But in the last second, the airplane very abruptly turned to the right. I think it must have turned as fast as this type of airplane can turn. It looks very dramatic. And you can just imagine 3 of these big Hercules planes flying low over the town. It was just a massive sound. It was like a scene out of a movie, really. Shortly after these planes came and confronted them, I had to go to work. So I had to leave the area. There were a lot of things that points me in the direction that this experience was put on for me personally. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the only thing that makes sense to me. not only that I did this magic ritual to try to attract this experience, and then it happened. This happened on the 20th of October 2010, before and after 2010 o'clock. So in the time format of my country, it happened 2010, 2010, 2010. It's triple 2010. There were 3 UFOs. There were 3 airplanes. It just the symmetry of the date makes me feel that they have complete control of our time system down to the minute. And I think it was kind of a demonstration that this wasn't a random event. Another thing that makes me think this is that the window I first looked out to see them the first time, there are a lot of trees in front of the windows. So there's actually a little patch of clear sky. And this UFO was in the middle of this patch. So that's kind of strange. Also, sometime while I was standing there watching this, I had a good view in general, but I felt if I walked a little bit down the street, I would have an even better view. So I tried to walk down the street, but then they just disappeared and there was nothing. So the moment I walked back to my driveway, it started up again with the show. The last thing is that the maneuvers they did, it really looked like they were performing something like on a screen for me. The maneuver where the one was flying over the other one, it was just perfectly aligned for me to be able to see what was happening. And then the airplanes coming straight over my head from the other side. It just feels so symmetrical. I don't know. I've tried many times over the years to get some answers from the military here in Norway, but they're not sharing anything. They're not even lying to me and telling me that it was some kind of exercise. There's no trace of this incident. I'm convinced these were military planes. There were 3 gigantic propeller-driven planes, and doing these kind of maneuvers, I don't think a private entity would, or a civilian entity would do something like that. Actually, it makes me feel that they did something very risky by flying an airplane into this unknown object in the sky. They had no idea of knowing what this object was going to do. So doing this over a populated area feels very risky to me. But at the same time, I'm glad I got to see something as extraordinary as that. In the end, for me, I was very convinced about the UFO reality anyway, because I had been studying the history. So this was just a big confirmation for me that this phenomenon is real.
Hi, Ryan. Hi, everyone. This is Alexa from the Pacific Northwest. And my sighting happened when I was in 7th grade in about 2000. This was in a town 20 miles north of Seattle, and it was much less developed back then than it is now. But at the time, my mom, dad, and I would go on drives in the evening after dinner. And this particular time, it must have been during winter break from school, because I seem to recall this was on a weeknight and it was dark early. So we were driving a new route out a little further than usual, just exploring. And I remember the car being silent, but it's possible that my parents were chatting up front. I was sitting in the back seat, lost in my own thoughts, and staring out the window into the winter darkness. We turned down a road with trees on both sides, and on the right side, there was a low slope with some houses at the top. I seem to recall or remember 3 houses. They were built into the hillside, and they had those decks that were built on stilts. Because if you walked out your back door, you would just fall straight down the hill. So, stilts. I was pulled away from whichever middle school drama I was contemplating at the time, with the sudden thought, that's a really big bug zapper. Maybe we were traveling at about 25 miles per hour on a semi-rural road that was dark in the winter, but these 3 houses had some lights on inside, and I can see what I am assuming is a large bug zapper hanging from the roof of the closest house to us on the top of the hill, like hanging from the roof right above the deck. I could see lights through the trees that were not part of the house. And it was a large, rectangular, hanging bug zapper. At least that's what I thought I could see until we got closer, and I realized that this thing is at the wrong angle to be something hanging from an awning or whatever. In fact, what I'm looking at is a large, black, floating rectangle hovering over the roof of this house. The best way that I could describe it is that if you took a standard black TV remote and held it up with the buttons facing down, except in the very center of this thing is a single round red light, a big red light. And in place of all the other remote buttons are hundreds of smaller golden white lights. My parents didn't see it. I didn't say anything, mainly because I had this feeling like I saw something that I wasn't supposed to see. And I was trying to convince myself that I didn't see it. The Phoenix Lights were in the news only a few years before, and my parents watched The X-Files, so I knew about UFOs, but I had never heard of a hovering black rectangle. And it wasn't until about 2017, when I was reading the book Hudson Valley UFOs by Linda Zimmerman, when I turned to page 51, that I ever heard of them again, and this book in fact has a small chapter on unidentified flying rectangles, but there are only maybe 2 or 3 accounts in that chapter. And really this book is the only good info on such a thing, flying rectangles, that I could really find. The main thing I remember feeling during the sighting was like I had walked into a room, saw something that I wasn't supposed to see, and then tried to convince myself I didn't see it. It was like I didn't want to believe it, or felt like I should forget that I did see it. Kind of like, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. That line from The Wizard of Oz. I don't know what it was, but now I would probably say it had to be some kind of military craft, maybe a drone or some kind of projection even, but why a rectangle? Why hovering over a suburban house? It just seems like a lot of strange choices, and to this day, all I really have are questions. That's the end of my story. Thanks for listening.
Alright, so my name is Jake. I'm going to talk about a UFO encounter that I had in the autumn of 2015. This took place in a rural part of central Maine, and it happened on my family's property. We live on a property on the top of a hill. The population of our town is about 4,000, so pretty small. The property is about a square acre, and the house is right about in the center of that acre. The yard around it is fairly sizable. On 3 sides, it's surrounded by the woods, and then the other side faces the road. I do have neighbors, but not really neighbors in the traditional suburban sense. More just similarly sized properties kind of dotted along a back road. So anyway, I was home alone, and I took my dogs out to the backyard at around 11 p.m. so that they could go to the bathroom and I could smoke a cigarette. This was a nightly thing at the time, and nothing weird had ever happened. We were outside for probably a few minutes, maybe 5, and we finished up. I finished my cigarette, my dogs finished doing their business, and I walked them right up to the back porch. And as soon as the dogs kind of crossed the threshold into the house from the back porch, I just hear this really weird sort of humming noise coming from just above, coming from the sky. It's a really, really hard sound to describe. It's sort of engine-like, but not really. It was very otherworldly. I kind of have compared it to the sound of, like, the boiler room when the heat kicks on. But again, that's really an approximation. So it was just this really weird, strange, reverberating, low-frequency hum. It immediately got my attention, as it seemed to kind of fill my ears, drowning out all the other noises. I let the dogs inside. They didn't seem to notice, as far as I could tell, but at the same time I wasn't exactly focused on their reaction at all. But it did seem like they didn't pay it any mind. So I let them in and turned around to see what was making the noise, and after a few seconds, I see this, I guess, rhombus-shaped diamond, like a 3D diamond. The nose end of it was longer than the tail end of it, and it's just, it's hovering above the tree lines, maybe just a couple feet above the trees, so really only 35 feet above the ground. It's this really big diamond-shaped, and it was black glass. Like, the whole texture of the thing was just this seamless black glass, and then the edges of the rhombus were all kind of lit up. I almost imagine like LED strip lighting. That's really the closest like human thing I can think of. So it was edged out with all these little kind of sparkling lights, and it's hovering along the tree line, kind of making its way across my yard. And I just remember being completely frozen, both with fear and kind of awe, like wonderment. It's moving at a low speed, just sort of sauntering at about 10 miles or so. So very, very slowly, just moving along the yard. It seemed, I remember thinking that it looked very large and dense, and it didn't seem like something that could hover like that, because it was just this giant thing. So it just glides right along the trees, and the other thing that I noticed was that the trees didn't move at all. Like I could imagine if it was a giant drone, then there would have been kind of like a vortex created by the propellers that kept it up that would have knocked the trees around. But there was nothing. It was not interacting with the world around it at all. It was just, it was like it was there, but it was doing its own thing. It wasn't interacting with the world around it, which I thought was very, very strange. Though I remember it's coming from the right side of the tree line, and over the course of a couple seconds, it kind of saunters away from me at the same speed to the point where I couldn't see it behind the trees after a certain point. And I remember it maybe lasted about 15-20 seconds of this thing kind of making its presence known, and I remember making a very strong conscious effort not to blink or look away or flinch or anything, because I could immediately tell how important this experience was, and I needed to do everything in my power to kind of look at it and face up to it. That's about as rational as it gets, as I was, like I said, I was completely frozen in fear. I could imagine, like I remember hearing on a different podcast, like if you imagine being a bear in the woods and all of a sudden this giant metal bird flies down and then people come out of it and they shoot you with this weird dart gun, and then you pass out, and then you wake up and you have this weird thing attached to your ear, and you have no idea what just happened to you. It's just this really weird thing just happened, and you don't have any sort of frame of reference to compare it to anything. That's kind of how I felt. I felt like the grizzly bear being tagged by the researchers or something. So anyway, it slowly gets farther and farther away from me, and I can still hear it, but I can't see it anymore, and the sound of it is getting lighter and lighter. And then after that, I just went inside. I mean, that's what's so strange to me sometimes, is that you still have to. You have a whole life to live after that, and this insane thing just happened to you, but you still have to. You still have to go to school. You still have to go to work. You still have to cook dinner. I remember just going inside and like watching TV and playing video games. Like, this thing just didn't happen to me. And I think it took a little while for it to really set in that I just had this insane experience that makes no sense. And yeah, I mean, a lot of memories are fuzzy for me, but that is forever burned into my brain. The exact way it happened was just how it looked, how it sounded, and how it moved. I don't really tell very many people in my life. I've told friends and family before, and luckily nobody thinks I'm crazy, but I do get the feeling that people are like, yeah, we believe that you saw something. They don't know if it's an alien spacecraft or whatever the hell it was, or some sort of interdimensional spacecraft, but they think that I saw something because I'm so it was so real for me, and I wouldn't really lie about that sort of thing. The other thing is that I don't have any history of schizophrenia in my family. I don't have any history of like grand mal seizures or epilepsy or anything. So I don't have a physiological explanation for it, or really a mental explanation for it. And nothing has ever happened since. I still live at the same location, and I haven't seen anything. I definitely keep my eye out for it, but it hasn't returned. It's just this really weird thing that happened that lasted like 20 seconds. Just this thing came out of nowhere and said hello, and then just took off, and I have no explanation. I've been racking my brain ever since. I go on all the UFO subreddits, and I've read a couple books about it. I really like what Jacques Vallée has to say about the whole alien experience or UFO experience. And I don't even know if it was aliens or if it was some insanely exotic military spacecraft. If it was one of ours, then we are way more advanced than we know. So I don't know, but yeah, that's my story, and hope to hear it on the podcast, and thank you.
My name is Nicole Maroc, and I'm a meteorologist, writer, and the producer and host of the PEEP podcast, which explores how scientists and researchers study the paranormal and relates that to people who experience the paranormal. You could say that my sighting is part of the reason I have a podcast now, and Somewhere in the Skies has been an inspiration to me, so I'm excited to share my story with you and your listeners. This happened in November of 1997, just south of Falls Lake and north of Raleigh, North Carolina. I was driving home from work down Highway 50, which is a 2-lane highway that goes over the lake and through the woods. It was just a little after 5 p.m. and still light out, but approaching dusk. At that time, I was about a year out of college with a communication degree and hadn't gone back to school for my meteorology degree yet. I was an editor and office manager for a small wedding video company that was located just north of the lake. Back then, there was hardly anything on that road because development hadn't spread that far north yet. I was approaching a rare intersection with a stoplight, which was and still is in a clearing, and I was heading south. To my left, or east, on the north side of the intersection, was a gas station, set back a bit from the road, and the tree line was at least 50 feet, maybe more, behind that. There was a man driving the vehicle in front of me, and I was driving my little red Isuzu pickup. The light was red, so we were slowing to a stop. Something made me look back to my left out my side window. It might have been motion in my side view mirror, but I'm not sure. I looked over my shoulder as I was stopping the pickup, and I saw 2 round balls. These days, I'd call them orbs of light, but at that time I didn't really know that word, so I just called them balls. They were back to the northeast. In height, they were close to the top of the tall pine trees we have all over North Carolina. They looked to be about the size of beach balls, bigger than a basketball for sure. I don't recall any solid form, just 2 lights. And I have to admit, all these years later, I'm a little fuzzy on the exact color that they started as, but I think it was red. They came from back there and flew toward the center of the intersection in front of me. As they did, it was like they were playing follow the leader. They stayed about 4 feet apart the whole time, and the one in front changed color when it was parallel to the side of my truck. I think it went to yellow. Just a half second later, quickly but definitely delayed, the one behind it changed to the same color. When they got over the intersection, they made a sharp turn and went back to my right, or the northwest, and headed back toward the trees on that side of the clearing. It all seemed to happen in slow motion, and I remember wondering if the guy in front of me was seeing the same thing. Like, he had to, right? The light turned green, and he started driving, and so did I. I don't recall seeing them appear or disappear. I just watched them as they made this V shape in the sky above me. It seemed like they got lower as they approached the road and higher as they left. I didn't have to strain my neck to look up through the windshield to see them in front of me. It was obviously weird, but I wasn't scared, just really curious. Like, what on earth did I just see? I grew up hearing stories of others in my family having seen UFOs, so maybe that's why I didn't freak out. I spent the rest of the drive home, which was about 7 minutes into Raleigh, going over all of it in my head. There was nothing attached to the lights. If it had been a helicopter, unless it was completely invisible, I would have seen it, and I'm pretty sure we still don't have that kind of technology. At the time, I still lived with my parents, and I couldn't wait to tell my dad when I got home because I was sure he'd believe me. He did, but of course he couldn't tell me what it was either. They reminded me of the drones from Star Wars, even though there's not technically anything like that in Star Wars. I'm not convinced they weren't terrestrial, but as a meteorologist, I am 100% sure it wasn't any type of weather phenomenon or swamp gas or whatever. These seemed to be under intelligent control, and their path made the shape of a V over the intersection. I've met quite a few meteorologists over the year that work in the DoD, Army, and Air Force, and some of them have pretty high clearances. I've asked each one if they have ever heard or seen anything like that, and all of them have said no. And even the ones with the higher clearances have had the look on their face that said they were not lying. So even if they could have said yes, but were not supposed to, and still said no, their faces said, no, I've never seen anything like that. And I believe them. I've always been fascinated with the unknown, and this experience just cemented my interest in UAP. I'm not quite obsessed, but I watch as many documentaries as I can and listen to your podcast and others, hoping to hear someone describe something similar. So far, in all the years I've been waiting, nobody has. Maybe someone out there is waiting to hear my story so they can relate to it too. Anyway, thanks so much for doing what you do. You do a great job of covering this topic from a grounded, balanced perspective, and you keep the focus on how it affects the experiencers, and that is so important. Keep up the good work.
Hey, Ryan. Thanks for the opportunity to share this brief, but I hope slightly different sighting story. My name's Mark. And this happened in 1991. Can't believe it's been nearly 30 years, but it has, and I still think about it quite a bit. So at the time, my buddy Todd and I were in our early 20s, and he had become part owner of a small boat that was docked in Lorain, Ohio, which is about 30 miles west of Cleveland on Lake Erie. And one evening that summer, the two of us took the boat out of the marina, and we were just cruising around, listening to music, stopping to fish on occasion if we felt like it, and basically just enjoying a summer night on the water. And it was super calm that night. There were no waves, and if there was any wind, it was minimal. But it was probably about 10 p.m. It was dark, obviously. And we were sitting about half a mile offshore. The motor was cut, and the motor wasn't running. We were in the back of the boat, just chilling, facing east. And we saw this small white light, maybe 50 yards to the southeast. I'm guesstimating, but that seems to be pretty accurate. And the light looked to be just off the surface of the water. It was kind of hard to tell at first sighting. And it didn't look very big, but it was blinking on and off, rhythmically and very consistently, maybe in 1.5 second increments. So it was like blink, 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 like that. And it looked to be coming towards us. And as we watched it, it was definitely coming closer to us. And we could tell it wasn't very big at all. And it was making no noise. And we're both watching it and commenting, the usual things you would say when you're looking at something that you don't understand. It's, like, what the hell is this thing? And we're wondering if maybe it was a firefly or some kind of insect. But the light, when it was on, was a pure white, and it was spherical. And when it wasn't on, in between blinks, you couldn't see any outline or any shape, so it was very hard to tell what this thing actually looked like, if it had a shape at all. But it continued towards us on a perfectly straight line, and it wasn't changing altitude, it wasn't changing its height whatsoever, and it was probably 3 feet above the water. So as it got closer, we were watching it intently. We're standing up, trying to make sense of this thing coming at us, and it got probably within 10 feet of the stern of the boat as it passed by, and you could tell that it was maybe the size of a tennis ball when it was lit. The lit orb was the size of a tennis ball. And again, no sound. We kept listening for sound. It made no sound. And watching for any deviation in this flight path that it was on, but it never deviated at all. And we just continued to watch it wide-eyed as it flew northwest on the same line until it was out of sight over the horizon in the dark. And to this day, I have no clue what this thing was. Todd and I are still friends. We still keep in touch regularly, and we will revisit the event on occasion, and neither of us have any more clarity now than we did back then, and we just shake our heads over it. I have no clue. And I've always been interested in the UFO topic, and I've kept up on incredible sighting reports and whatnot, and I have yet to come across a similar sighting, and would love to know if anybody listening out there has seen something similar, especially in the Great Lakes area or Lake Erie in particular. If you have, please get in touch with Ryan. I would love to talk to you. But the event had a profound effect. Like I said, I still think about it today. I still wonder what the heck this thing was. And I don't know, that's really the gist of it. So thank you for the opportunity to share this.
Hi, my name is Kyle, and this is my sighting. In 2003, I was living in the town of Belvedere, Illinois, and my brother and I were playing horse in our driveway, and we had a hoop that was on our garage, and it was facing west. And my brother had tossed the ball in, and it bounced off the hoop. And I go to follow the hoop with my eyes as it goes into the trees, and I see this dark, charcoal-colored, triangular shape. And it was probably 2,000 to 2,500 feet in the air, almost directly above and to the front or to the west of us. And it didn't have any like solid edges. It was all rounded on the sides and the back. And in the back, in a recessed section, there were 2 like circle nozzles on each side and a longer elongated oval in the center, but it was like recessed inside of that edge of the triangle. And I looked at my brother and I was like, what's that? At the time, I was really interested in, our modern jets and mostly World War II aircraft. And I was like, I've never seen anything like that. And that weekend, we were supposed to go to our grandparents' house. And we did. And we talked to my step-grandfather about it, and we spent 2 hours on the internet trying to find something that matched our description, and we never found it. And shortly after that, I started having bouts of sleep paralysis. I would wake up in the middle of the night, and I would be frozen, and I couldn't move my fingers or my toes. And I couldn't scream, and it was really hard, and I didn't know what to do about it. I continued having the sleep paralysis for years after that, and I eventually just figured out that I had to relax and breathe and close my eyes and focus on moving things to get my body working again. And shortly after the first incident, I was getting off the bus with my friend Nick, and as we got off the bus, we saw these 2 jets chase something that was smoldering in the air, and we asked our reading teacher the next day, who was a Air Force reservist, and she said that she didn't know anything about it. She'd ask, and we, of course, never heard anything. But after that, I started having real vivid lucid dreams, and that's something I still have to this day. I don't, until recently, I didn't correlate these incidents and put them together, but it seems that it's something that happens to people who witness the dark triangles, and yeah, that's what happened to me.
Hi, my name is Jake. On the 9th of September 2020, which was a Sunday, my best friend and I, who is here with me.
Hi, my name is Bruce.
Saw a boomerang-shaped craft, UFO, UAP, whatever you want to call it, fly over our house in the middle of downtown Plant City. If you don't know where that is it's
a small town east of Tampa, but west of Lakeland.
Yeah, there you go. East of Tampa, west of Lakeland. It was downtown. We live in what's called the historic district, probably a three or 4 minute walk from what's considered downtown Plant City. And I had just got off work that night. I had picked up Bruce, and we went down to Wendy's to get some food. We came back, sat in my car for a little bit, and we started listening to an episode of the podcast. It was episode volume 4 of Eyewitness Accounts. That one's the one with the dude whose wife goes outside while she's smoking and sees the craft fly over his house, and he's the sheriff deputy and shit. We finished up the episode on that story specifically, and getting the stuff out of my car, getting my phone, put my phone in my pocket, opened the door, took 2 or 3 steps, and I'm standing behind Bruce's car, which we didn't take, and I just happened to look up, and when I look up, I see a boomerang-shaped craft, like exactly a boomerang, the exact same shape to me. It was black and white, It was almost completely black, except on the border of the craft, there was about, I don't know, a thick line of white. And on the white line were orbs that surrounded the entire craft on the outside. But the inside of the craft was black. And I watched it, and it was going slow. I mean, 20, 30 miles an hour, and it was so low and quiet. It was not even 200 feet above us. And, I watch it for about 3 seconds before I get the sense in me to turn around and slap Bruce. And I turn around and hit him on the shoulder and say, "Look at this fucking thing, holy shit." And he turns around and looks up and sees it, and, Bruce, you wanna...
It took a moment to realize what exactly I was looking at, because of the fact that it takes you a moment to realize that you're looking at something you've never seen before. But overall, it looked exactly as Jake described it, but I would say that it gave me the impression of being something meant for reconnaissance, if anything. That's what it seemed like to me. It seemed like it was observing what it flew over.
So yeah, and so we watched it, and we just kind of sat there and watched it for another few seconds fly behind a tree that's in a neighbor's yard behind our house. And we stood there for a few seconds afterward, kind of freaking out, because I've been into the UFO phenomenon for most of my life, so seeing something like this just fly over your house in the middle of the night, it just kind of gets you going. And I freaked out for a little bit, and Bruce is trying to calm me down, and I finally get my senses together, and it was going kind of southeast, south direction, and I tell Bruce to hop in my car because I want to see if I can go see this thing again as it's flying. So, I know that south of where we're facing is Highway 39, which leads out into an area called Lithia, which is where my dad's family is from, and my dad has had his own share of experiences. We don't really talk about them much, but he's had his share. And, I'm not saying this craft and his experiences are related at all, but the way that this craft was flying was the direction of almost exactly where I believe that area is. So I got in my car and we tried looking for it again, but we just couldn't find it, and we finally drove for about 45 minutes on to Highway 39. And we didn't see nothing, and we kind of just turned around and went back home. Went to bed like normal. Nothing else really happened. We told my parents, told my dad. He was intrigued. Told my girlfriend, and that's about it. That's all that came of it. In my opinion, there's a few Air Force bases around here. MacDill's one of the biggest ones, right? MacDill's the Air Force? Yeah. MacDill's not too far. It's over in Tampa, so it would make sense that this is actually, maybe just kind of a secret military craft or something. But even if it is, why come over downtown Plant City, Florida? Just... where God and everybody can see. I mean, it's not an unpopulated area where we're at. I don't know how I, reiterate this enough, but it's so mind-boggling that a military craft, that if this was one, this secret would just slowly, quietly make its way over some houses for fun. Yeah. Bruce, you want to add anything?
I don't have much to add, no.
All right. Far out.
Somewhere in the Skies is produced by Third Kind Productions in association with the Entertainment One Podcast Network,